tear in reality made no sound. It opened between the collapsed industrial columns of Sump 219, like a wound that refused to bleed its edges, neither burning nor cold. Just wrong. The kind of wrong that made the air taste of copper and old machinery, the kind that shouldn't exist but did anyway. Giovanna fell through. He landed in a crouch, knees bent, one hand touching the ground. The surface beneath his palm was slick with something between oil and organic decay. The impact should have broken bones. The fall had been at least 30 meters through twisted metal scaffolding. But his body absorbed it with practiced ease, muscle memory from a life spent defying what should kill him. He straightened slowly, taking in his surroundings with the same methodical calm he'd used to assess the back alleys of Naples, the same cold calculation that had kept him alive through 7 days of stand battles. The dim lighting came from bioluminescent fungi clinging to rusted pipes overhead, their sickly green glow painting everything in corpse light. The air was thick, processed and reprocessed until it carried the taste of too many lungs, too many years, too much desperation. Bodies lined one wall. Not fresh. Days old, maybe a week. Stripped of anything valuable down to their shoes. What remained had been gnawed. The teeth marks were human. Giorno's expression didn't change. He'd seen worse. Done worse when the situation demanded it. But this wasn't the work of necessity. It was systematic. The arrangement of the corpses, the precision of the stripping, this was infrastructure. This was business. A child's cry cut through the distant hum of machinery. He moved before thought instinct honed by gold experience guiding his feet across the uneven floor. The cry came from deeper in the labyrinth of collapsed HAB units and makeshift barricades. As he ran, details assembled themselves into understanding. This was a city built on top of itself, layer after layer of failure, each generation burying the last under new construction. And he was in the basement of that failure. The scene resolved itself around a corner. 6 men armed with stubbers and crude blades surrounding a woman and a boy. The woman was thin, her medical coat. If it had ever deserved that name, reduced to gray-red rags tied over clothes that had been patched so many times the original fabric was a mystery. Her hair was short, practical dark with grime and machine oil. She stood in front of the boy, arms spread as if that would matter. The boy was perhaps 10, perhaps younger. Malnutrition made age a guessing game. His oversized coat hung on a frame of visible bones, and his eyes were too bright, too aware. This wasn't his first time staring at death. "Market rate, Marla," one of the men said. His augmetic eye whirred as it focused on her. 3 vials, or the kid comes with us. Sump King doesn't negotiate. "He's sick," Marla said. Her voice was hoarse, scraped raw by toxic air and desperation. "The stim you're pushing killed his sister last week. I'm not handing him over to die, not our problem." The man with the augmetic eye gestured lazily with his stubber. "You run a charity, you pay charity prices. 3 vials. Now. Or we take collateral." 2 of the others moved toward the boy, Kel. The name surfaced in Giorno's mind from nowhere, a certainty that bypassed explanation. The boy's name was Kel, and he'd seen this happen before. Seen friends dragged away. Seen them come back changed or not come back at all. Giorno stepped into the open. The movement was economical, without wasted energy or theatrical announcement. One moment the alley was empty save for the 6 enforcers and their victims. The next, Giorno stood between them close enough that the nearest man could have touched him, but the man didn't. He froze, primitive hindbrain, recognizing a predator before conscious thought caught up. "Who the hell?" Augmetic Eye started. Leave, Giorno said. The word carried no threat, no anger, just the flat certainty of someone stating a law of physics. Water flows downward, fire burns, you will leave. One of the enforcers laughed a nervous sound that tried too hard. You lost, pretty boy. This is Cadron's territory. You don't walk in here and... He reached for Giorno's shoulder. Gold experience manifested between heartbeats, not as something visible, but as a shift in reality's texture, a presence that warped causality like gravity warps space. The hand reaching for Giorno's shoulder continued its trajectory. But the result it sought, contact violence, dominance, simply failed to occur. The enforcer's fingers passed through air that should have held cloth and flesh, and he stumbled forward off balance. Giorno caught his wrist. Not hard, just enough to guide the momentum into the wall. The crack of impact echoed down the corridor. Freak's a psyker! Augmetic Eye snapped his stubber up, finger tightening on the trigger. The gun fired. Giorno could see the muzzle flash, could track the bullet's path toward his chest with the same detached interest he might give to a falling leaf. Gold Experience Requiem existed in a state of perpetual activation. Now not something he called upon, but something woven into the fabric of his existence. The bullet traveled its trajectory, but the result, his death, his injury, even the simple fact of impact, never arrived. The enforcer pulled the trigger again and again. Click, click, click. What? His augmetic eye whirred frantically, trying to diagnose the malfunction. But there was no malfunction. The gun worked perfectly. It simply couldn't reach the conclusion it sought. Giorno took the weapon from his hand with the same gentle firmness he'd used on the other man, examined it briefly. Set it down on a nearby crate far enough that reaching for it would require commitment. I asked you to leave, Giorno said. Augmetic Eye's remaining organic eye was wide white, showing all around the iris. You're one of them. The Xenos, the human, Giorno said. But not patient. The enforcers broke. Not all at once, that would have been too coordinated. But within 5 seconds they were running, stumbling over each other in their haste to be anywhere else. Augmetic Eye went last, backing away, his stubber forgotten in his terror of the thing that looked like a man, but rejected reality with the casual ease of breathing. Silence settled over the alley. The distant thrum of machinery continued indifferent to human drama. Somewhere above, countless floors above, Giorno suspected there was daylight. Down here, there was only the green glow of fungus and the weight of all those layers of failure pressing down. Marla was staring at him. So was Kel. What are you? She whispered. Giorno turned to face them properly, brushed dust from his coat still purple beneath the grime of his arrival, still cut in a style that belonged to a different world entirely. His hair caught the fungal light, turning it into something that might have been gold if there was enough illumination to properly judge color. Someone who doesn't tolerate certain things, he said. His voice was quieter now, almost gentle. The hardness from before had been for the enforcers. These two had done nothing to deserve it. You run a medical station? Marla's laugh was bitter. Station, that's generous. I keep people from dying in the most immediate sense. Sometimes. The stim they mentioned. What is it? Cadron's latest gift to the underhive. Promises energy, promises warmth, promises to make the pain stop. Her hand tightened on Kel's shoulder. It delivers. For about 6 hours. Then you need more. Then you need it all the time. Then you stop being able to think about anything else. Then you're one of theirs. Kel spoke, for the first time his voice higher than Giorno had expected. Young. too young for the wary intelligence in his eyes. They sell it at the Chapel of Ash. The choir calls it sacred. Says it brings you closer to angels. Angels, Giorno repeated. The word tasted wrong in his mouth, like corruption wearing divinity's skin. You really not from around here, are you? Marla's laugh had a hysterical edge. No offense, but the coat, the hair, the whatever that was you just did, you're not exactly blending in. Giorno glanced down at himself. She had a point. In Naples, even in the surreal landscape of stand battles, he'd at least understood the context he operated in. Here, every detail screamed foreignness. The architecture, the technology, the casual acceptance of horror. This wasn't his world. Wasn't any world he'd encountered. I need information, he said, about this place. Who runs it? What the rules are? Rules? Marla's laugh was genuine this time, though still edged with despair. The rules are the strong eat the weak. The Imperium doesn't care and pray to the Emperor because nothing else will help. That cover it, Kell. The boy nodded. Don't steal from Cadron's people. Don't question the ecclesiarchy. Don't look enforcers in the eye. Don't trust anyone who offers help without price. He paused, looking up at Giorno with those two old eyes. But you helped. Why? It was the right question. The intelligent question. This boy had survival instincts that went beyond the merely physical. He understood that motivations mattered, that free help in a place like this was more dangerous than honest violence. Because children shouldn't be currency, Giorno said simply. The words hung in the air between them, starkly out of place in this hell of rust and despair. Marla stared at him, like he'd spoken in an alien language. Perhaps he had. Perhaps compassion was alien here. You're going to get killed, she said flatly. Probably within the week. That kind of thinking doesn't survive in Sump 219. It can't. It will, Giorno said. Not a promise, not hope, just certainty. Starting now. Kell tugged on Marla's coat, whispered something too quiet for Giorno to hear. She bent down, listened, then straightened with something between horror and fascination on her face. Kell says... She stopped, started again. He says you're the one they've been whispering about. The Golden Angel. The choir's been saying someone was coming. Someone to lead the faithful to paradise. Giorno's eyes narrowed. I'm no one's angel. Try telling them that. Marla gestured vaguely toward the deeper warrens of the underhive. The choir's been growing. Cadron lets them operate because they keep people docile. They preach salvation, hand out that stim for free at first, and by the time people realize what they've gotten into, they're hooked, body and soul. And they think I'm connected to this. Kell spoke up again, his voice carrying a street runner's certainty. You're golden. You appeared from nowhere. You stopped violence without weapons. He pointed at Giorno's hair, his coat, the way he stood out against the underhive's omnipresent grime. You look like something holy, or something that wants people to think it is. The boy's logic was sound. Dangerous, but sound. If there was already a structure in place, already people primed to see divinity in the unusual, then Giorno's arrival would slot into their narrative like a key into a lock, whether he wanted it to or not. The Chapel of Ash, Giorno said. Where is it? Marla and Kell exchanged a glance. Some wordless communication passed between them, the kind that came from shared survival in impossible conditions. 2 levels down, Marla said finally. Through the gutter reliquary, that's the market, and past the old Prometheum processing station. You can't miss it. Only building down there that still has most of its roof. Take me there. Are you insane? Marla's composure cracked. Walking in there would be suicide. The choir doesn't just preach, She stopped glancing at Kel. Whatever she'd been about to say was too much even for a child who'd already seen too much. They take people, Kel finished quietly, for rituals. Marla pulled me out of one last year. My sister wasn't so lucky. The matter-of-fact way he said it was worse than any emotion could have been. This was his normal. This was the world he'd been born into, where having a sister sacrificed in a ritual was just another fact of life, like the green fungus and the recycled air. Giorno looked at them both, the exhausted medic, trying to hold back an ocean of suffering, with nothing but determination and scavenged supplies, and the child who'd learned to navigate hell with the skill of someone 10 times his age. I'm not asking you to come inside, Giorno said. Just show me the way, then you're done. No obligation. Marla laughed again, that same desperate sound. No obligation. Right. Because helping the golden stranger who breaks physics is definitely not going to bring Cadron's enforcers or the choir's priests or the emperor knows what else down on our heads. It won't, Giorno said, and felt Gold Experience Requiem's presence settle deeper into his awareness, a promise written into causality itself. Harm would not find these two. Not from this. Not if he had anything to say about it. And in this place, in this impossible city, where reality already seemed negotiable, his word carried weight that went beyond mere intention. Marla must have seen something in his expression. Or perhaps she was simply too tired to keep arguing. Fine. But if we die, I'm haunting you. Noted. Kel was already moving his small frame, slipping between debris with practiced efficiency. Stay close, and try not to glow or whatever it is you do. Some people down here shoot first and never bother with questions. Giorno followed Marla, bringing up the rear. As they descended deeper into the underhive's mechanical guts, past hab units that made the slums he'd known in Italy look palatial, past markets where people sold things that made his stomach turn, past shrines to an emperor he didn't know, decorated with bones and desperate prayers, a single thought crystallized in his mind. This place had rules, ugly rules. Rules built on suffering and fear and the grinding machinery of systematic oppression. He was very good at changing rules. Somewhere in the darkness ahead, the golden choir was waiting. They thought he was their angel, their promised salvation. They would learn the difference between salvation and justice. And in the space between those two concepts, Giorno Giovanna would build something new. Not because anyone asked him to, not because it was his responsibility, but because some things like children being used as currency, like hope being weaponized into addiction, like an entire city built on the systematic crushing of human dignity, those things simply could not stand. Even in hell, there were lines that shouldn't be crossed. Especially in hell. The green light of the fungi faded behind them as they descended. Ahead, a different glow flickered, candlelight perhaps, or something that wanted to seem that pure. And underneath it all, so faint, Giorno almost missed it, the sound of voices raised in harmony. The choir was singing. Kel's hand tightened into a fist. Marla's breathing quickened. Giorno's expression remained calm as still water. Let them sing, he thought. Let them think their angel had arrived. They'd learn soon enough what happened when you mistook a gang star for something divine. The difference, he suspected, would be educational. Marla Venn had learned to measure time by casualties. 3 overdoses before dawn. A stabbing at mid-shift victim dead before she could thread the first suture. 2 children with respiratory failure from the latest batch of recycled air, both saved only because she'd stolen an oxygen canister from a corpse hauler last week. And now this, the stranger with gold in his hair walking toward the chapel of ash like he thought divine intervention would shield him from what waited there. She'd seen optimism before, usually on the faces of people newly arrived from the upper levels, refugees from whatever political purge or economic collapse had flushed them down into the depths. That optimism lasted about a week. Then came the hollow stare, the mechanical movements of survival without hope. The lucky ones died before reaching that point. This man, Giorno, he'd said his name was Giorno, didn't carry optimism. He carried certainty, which was somehow worse. You understand, they eat people, right? Marla kept her voice low as they navigated the gutter reliquary's twisted pathways. Around them, the market conducted its miserable commerce corpse starch ration bars, stacked beside actual corpses, the vendors making no distinction between the two. Scavenged tech that might work, might explode, might do both. And everywhere the stim dealers, their product wrapped in makeshift religious iconography, like poison dressed as prayer. Giorno's pace didn't falter. Metaphorically or literally, both. Kel ducked under a hanging chain, his movements fluid despite the way his ribs showed through his too thin shirt. The choir preaches consumption, unity through flesh. They say it brings you closer to the divine, makes you part of something greater. He paused at a junction, checking both directions with the paranoid efficiency of someone who'd survived this long by never trusting empty corridors. What they don't mention is that the something greater has teeth. A vendor called out from a stall built into the rib cage of what might have been industrial machinery, or might have been something organic. The distinction had stopped mattering generations ago when the underhive's air first started turning breathable materials into hybrid nightmares. Sacred oils blessed by the ecclesiarchy, only 3 ration chits. Giorno glanced at the bottles. Even from here, Marla could see the liquid was just promethium mixed with red dye. The vendor's smile showed teeth filed to points, a choir affectation meant to signal devotion, but really just signaling desperation for belonging to anything, even a death cult. How long has the choir been active? Giorno asked. Marla had to think. Time blurred down here, measured more by shifts and casualties than any actual calendar. 2 years, maybe 3. Started small. Street preachers offering comfort, actual food sometimes. People listened because the ministorum had stopped coming down this far decades ago. Why bother saving souls when you can just conscript the bodies? And the stim. That came later. About 6 months ago. Free at first, handed out after sermons, made people feel warm, made the pain stop, made them forget they were living in a grave. Marla's hand tightened on the medical bag slung over her shoulder. Inside bandages that had been washed and reused until the fabric was more whole than cloth needles she'd sharpened on scavenged whetstones, and exactly 3 doses of real antibiotics she'd been saving for emergencies that kept getting worse. By the time people realized what it was doing to them, they needed it. And the choir was there with open arms and a price list. Kel held up a hand. Stop. They froze. Ahead, voices drifted from an intersection, rough laughter, the distinctive click of weapons being checked. Enforcers, probably Cadron's people. The Sump King's reach extended through most of 219's commercial districts, his network of dealers and muscle turning human misery into profit, with industrial efficiency. But as the voices faded, moving away from them rather than toward Marla, caught something else. Singing. Faint but growing louder as they descended. The harmonics were wrong too perfect for human throats alone. There was something underneath the melody, a resonance that made her teeth ache. "That's them," Kel whispered. Giorno cocked his head, listening with the same analytical focus he'd shown since arriving. Like he was cataloging every detail, building a map of threats and resources. "How many in the chapel?" "Maybe 40 on a normal day. More if they're doing a ritual." Kel's voice had gone flat, empty. The tone people used when discussing things too terrible to feel. They packed them in. Standing room only. Everyone drinking the sacred wine, eating the sacred bread, breathing the sacred incense. He paused. All of it laced with the stim and other things. Marla analyzed a sample once. Told me it had. What was it? Psychoactive compounds I couldn't identify, Marla supplied. Organic material that shouldn't work the way it did. And trace elements that registered on my Medici scanner as warp-touched. That last part came out barely above a whisper. Speaking of the warp, too loudly invited attention. Even down here, especially down here, where reality's grip was already tenuous. Giorno absorbed this in silence. His expression remained neutral, but something about the set of his shoulders suggested calculation. Planning. The same body language she'd seen on gang leaders before they made their moves, except without the bravado or the need to prove anything. The people who take it, he said. Can they be saved? Marla's laugh was bitter. Saved? What a concept. She gestured around them, at the underhive's rotting infrastructure, at the people shuffling past, with eyes already dead. Nobody gets saved down here. You just delay the inevitable. Keep moving until you can't anymore. That's not what I asked. The directness of it caught her off guard. When was the last time someone had asked her a medical question expecting an actual answer rather than an excuse for failure? The stim creates dependency fast. 3 doses and you're hooked. A week and your body starts forgetting how to function without it. The psychoactive elements. She chose her words carefully. They change how people think, make them suggestible. The choir uses that, plants ideas. By the end, users aren't just addicted to the drug, they're addicted to the belief system wrapped around it. But physically, if someone stopped taking it, withdrawal would be hell, potentially fatal depending on how long they've been using. But theoretically, she caught herself. Hope was dangerous. Hope got people killed. Theoretically, yes. With proper medical support, gradual reduction treatment for the psychological damage. Theoretically, someone could recover. Then we'll need a location. Secure. Away from the choir's influence. Somewhere to bring the ones who want to leave. Marla stopped walking, stared at him. You can't be serious. Your station. Could it handle patients? My station is a hole in the wall, with stolen equipment and prayers holding together equipment that should have been scrapped decades ago. I can barely keep people from bleeding out, let alone detox addicts from warp-touch narcotics. Then we'll need better equipment. Giorno's tone remained matter-of-fact, like he was discussing grocery lists instead of impossible undertakings. Where would the choir get their supplies, the chemicals, the processing equipment? Probably the same place Cadrin gets his smuggled down from the manufacturums, bribes to the right tech priests skimmed from Imperial shipments. Kel had resumed walking, threading through the market's press of bodies. But stealing from them is suicide. They've got the whole district locked down. I'm not talking about stealing. Giorno kept pace effortlessly, his strange coat somehow staying cleaner than it had any right to be in this filth. I'm talking about cutting off the source, making it more expensive to operate than to shut down. Marla wanted to laugh, wanted to scream, wanted to shake this stranger until he understood that down here in the bowels of a hive city that had forgotten mercy before his grandparents were born, you didn't fix things, you survived them, if you were lucky. But she'd seen what he did to those enforcers, had watched physics itself bend around him like he'd written new rules, and reality had no choice but to comply. Maybe, and this was the dangerous part, the part she knew better than to believe maybe he was different. The market gave way to older sections, industrial corridors where the machinery had fused with the walls, where pipes wept fluids that might have been lubricant or might have been something worse. The singing grew louder, closer. Kel stopped at an observation point, a gap in the wall, where some long ago collapse had created a natural vantage. Below them, carved into what must have once been a water reclamation facility, the Chapel of Ash sprawled. It was beautiful. That was the worst part. Someone had taken this industrial nightmare and transformed it into something that resembled faith. Candles. Real candles, not the harsh lumens of standard lighting, cast warm light across walls decorated with murals. The images showed ascension transformation figures rising toward a golden radiance that promised escape from the grinding horror of underhive existence. At the center, surrounding a pulpit built from what looked like melted machinery fused into organic shapes, stood the congregation. 40 people at least, maybe more. They wore robes dyed that same sickly yellow, their faces hidden behind masks crafted from scavenged materials and decorated with symbols Marla's medici training recognized as dangerous. Warp iconography barely disguised. And at the pulpit leading the song stood their priest, Cantor Prime Seraphiel. Even his name was a lie, a false promise of divinity. He wore gold, real gold, somehow gleaming against the underhive's omnipresent grime. His mask covered the upper half of his face, but his mouth was visible lips, too red, smile too wide, voice modulated through some kind of vox caster built into his throat. The song he led wasn't in any language Marla knew. But the congregation responded anyway, their voices rising in perfect harmony, inhuman harmony, the kind that came from drugs and conditioning and something else. Something that made her medical scanner buzz, angry warnings when she tried to get readings. "They're beautiful, aren't they?" A voice behind them. Soft, female, wrong. Marla spun. A woman stood there, young beneath the grime and the yellow robes. Her eyes were glassy pupils dilated. Fresh convert, probably. Still had most of her teeth, still had the energy to proselytize. "The angels promised us salvation," the woman continued. Her smile was beatific, empty. "Said one would come, dressed in gold and purple. Said he would show us the way to paradise." Giorno's gaze fixed on her with uncomfortable intensity. "I'm not your angel. But you are golden. You are beautiful. You appeared from nowhere, just as the prophecy. There is no prophecy." His voice carried an edge now sharp as broken glass. "There's a drug ring using faith as a distribution network. That's all." The woman's smile never wavered. "Of course you would say that. The blessed never recognize their own divinity. But we see, we know. The Cantor Prime told us you would come. Told us to watch for the signs. A stranger who breaks the laws of flesh. Who makes the impossible bow to his will." Her eyes completely black now, Marla realized with horror, fixed on Giorno with zealot's certainty. "You are him. You are ours." Kel had gone very still, the kind of stillness that preceded either flight or violence. Marla's hand found the scalpel in her bag. Not much of a weapon, but it was sharp, and she knew where to cut. Giorno, by contrast, simply stepped forward. The movement was gentle, almost careful. He placed a hand on the woman's shoulder. "What's your name?" he asked. The question seemed to confuse her. "Name, we don't. The choir teaches us to shed individual identity to become part of the greater your name, before the choir, before the drug. What did people call you?" Something flickered in those black eyes. Something human struggling against the chemical bliss. "Elena. I worked in recycling, processing. My daughter..." The flicker guttered. "No, that was before. That was pain. The choir showed me the truth. Showed me peace. The truth that requires you to forget your daughter." Elena's smile cracked. Just slightly. Just enough. The choir takes care of. We're all family now. Where is she, Elena? I don't..." The woman's hands started to shake. Withdrawal beginning, or just the cognitive dissonance of someone whose carefully constructed delusion had started to fracture. "She's safe. The Cantor Prime said she's safe. Said she's being prepared. For the ritual. For ascension. For..." She stopped. Her expression went slack. Then she lunged. Marla had seen people on stim highs, before seen the sudden violence that could erupt when the drug's euphoria flipped into paranoid aggression. But this was different. Elena moved with coordination. Her glassy eyes shouldn't have allowed her hands reaching for Giorno's throat with killing intent. Gold experience activated. Marla couldn't see it. Couldn't point to anything specific that changed. But suddenly, Elena was stumbling backward, her attack accomplishing nothing but empty air and confused momentum. She hit the wall, slid down, sat there gasping. "What did you..." She looked at her hands like they belonged to someone else. "I tried to, but I couldn't..." "No," Giorno agreed. "You couldn't." Below them, the singing stopped. Cantor Prime Seraphiel's voice echoed through the chapel, amplified by voxcasters and something else, some quality that made the words sink into bone. "We have a visitor. How wonderful, how blessed. The Golden One has arrived, just as foretold." His head turned, scanning the darkness above. "Come down, angel. Come receive your faithful. We've been waiting so very long." Kel grabbed Marla's arm. "We need to leave. Now." But Giorno was already moving toward the chapel's entrance. Not running, just walking with that same calm certainty, like he'd made a decision and the universe would simply have to adjust. "Wait," Marla hissed. "You walk in there, they'll swarm you. They'll learn," Giorno said without turning back, "that I'm not what they think I am." "And what are you..." He paused at the threshold. The candlelight caught his hair, turned it into exactly the kind of golden radiance the murals promised. For a moment he looked every inch the angel the choir had been expecting. Then he spoke, and the illusion shattered. "Someone who's going to need you to prepare that station for patients. A lot of them. Soon." He stepped into the light, into the chapel, into the waiting arms of 40 zealots who thought salvation had arrived. Marla stood frozen, watching him descend toward something that looked like faith, but smelled like predation. Elena was still slumped against the wall, staring at her hands. "He's not an angel," she whispered. "Is he?" "No," Marla said. Her medical training, her years of seeing through the lies people told themselves to survive, crystallized into certainty. He's something else entirely. "What Marla pulled Kel back from the edge, started moving toward her station. If Giorno survived the next 10 minutes, and somehow impossibly she thought he might, he'd meant what he said. He was going to break something. And when you break a drug ring, you create casualties. Some would need killing, others would need saving. She was going to have to figure out how to do the second part with equipment held together by scavenged wire and desperate prayer. "What is he?" Elena asked again. "Trouble," Marla said, "for everyone." Behind them, the singing resumed. But this time underneath the harmony she heard screaming start. Not Giorno's, the choir's. The congregation parted as Giorno descended the corroded stairs into the chapel proper. Not from reverence, from something older, more primal. The same instinct that made prey animals scatter when a predator entered their territory. Cantor Prime Seraphiel stood at his pulpit arms spread in welcome. Up close, the wrongness became clearer. His mask wasn't decorative. It covered burn scars that webbed across his scalp, disappearing beneath his robes. The vox caster in his throat clicked and whirred with each breath, turning human speech into something that resonated in frequencies just beyond hearing. "Brothers and sisters." Seraphiel's amplified voice washed over the assembly. "Our vigil is rewarded. The angel walks among us." Giorno stopped at the bottom of the stairs, counted exits 3, all watched by robed figures whose hands rested on crude weapons. Assessed the congregation malnourished, many showing signs of advanced addiction movements, too synchronized to be natural. The air itself tasted wrong. Thick with incense that carried chemical undertones, his body recognized as poison, even if his mind couldn't name the specific compounds. "I'm not an angel," he said. Quiet, clear, letting the words fall into the expectant silence like stones into still water. Seraphiel's laugh came from the vox caster as much as his throat. "Humility, how appropriate. But we know what you are. We've seen the signs. You appear from nowhere. You command forces beyond mortal understanding. You wear the sacred colors." He gestured at Giorno's purple coat, his hair that caught the candlelight. "The prophecy spoke of you. Your prophecy is a sales pitch." Giorno's gaze swept the congregation, made eye contact with as many as he could. Some looked away immediately, unable to hold his attention. Others stared with the glassy intensity of true believers, seeing what they wanted rather than what stood before them. "You're selling addiction wrapped in theology, nothing more." The congregation stirred. Uncertain murmurs rippled through the crowd. Seraphiel's smile widened. "Such accusations. But words are wind, angel. Actions prove divinity. Show them. Show us your power." A trap, obviously, but Giorno had walked into traps before. The trick was controlling what they caught. "If you want a demonstration," Giorno said, "stop selling the stim. Close your operation. Let these people go free." "Free." Seraphiel descended from his pulpit movements, flowing despite his augmented throat. "Freedom is the lie they sell in the upper hives. Down here we know better. We offer something greater than freedom. We offer purpose, belonging, peace. You offer chemical dependency and religious coercion. Semantics." Seraphiel circled Giorno like a priest examining a sacrifice. "But I admire your conviction. So few retain such purity after seeing what we've seen. Tell me, Angel, how long have you been in the underhive?" "Long enough. Hours, days." Seraphiel's laughter had a rattling quality. "I've been here 17 years. 17 years of watching people eat corpse starch made from their neighbors. 17 years of children dying because the air recyclers failed, and no one from above cared enough to fix them. 17 years of prayers to an emperor who does not answer, to an Imperium that considers us expendable raw material. He stopped in front of Giorno close enough that the chemical reek of the incense clung to his robes like rot. So yes, we sell peace in liquid form. We sell the only comfort these people will ever know. And in exchange, we ask only faith, only trust, only surrender to something greater than their suffering. His head tilted, studying Giorno with eyes hidden behind that mask. What do you offer? What can you possibly give them that's better than oblivion? Giorno met his hidden gaze without flinching. Choice. Choice. Seraphiel tasted the word like poison. How very idealistic. Show me then. Choose someone, anyone in this congregation. Free them from our terrible influence. Let's see if your choice is stronger than our peace. Another trap. But this one Giorno could work with. He scanned the congregation again. Most were too far gone, their addiction written in trembling hands and desperate eyes. But there a man, near the back, younger than the others. His robes were newer, less stained. Recent convert, perhaps? Still fighting the hook, even if he didn't realize it. Him. Giorno pointed. The man, startled, looked around as if hoping Giorno meant someone else. When he realized the attention was fixed on him, he tried to sink into the crowd. But the congregation pushed him forward, their movements coordinated by Seraphiel's subtle gestures. The man stumbled to a stop a few meters from Giorno. Up close, he was barely 20. Thin like everyone else down here, but still had some meat on his bones. Working hands calloused, but not broken. And his eyes, while showing the glassy edge of addiction, still held awareness underneath. What's your name? Giorno asked. Tomas. The word came out hoarse. But the choir teaches. I'm not asking the choir, I'm asking you. Tomas what? Tomas Kiel. Automatic response ingrained before the choir had gotten their hooks in deep. I worked maintenance, recycling systems. But the work dried up, and the choir, they offered food and medicine, Giorno finished. For the pain, for the exhaustion, for the knowledge that tomorrow will be the same as today. Tomas nodded, shame flickering across his features. Seraphiel's Voxcaster clicked with amusement. You see, he came to us willingly. Stays willingly. Where's the coercion, you claim? Giorno ignored him, kept his focus on Tomas. If you could leave, if there was somewhere else to go, would you? The question hung in the air. Around them, the congregation held its collective breath. Tomas opened his mouth, closed it. His hands were shaking harder now, withdrawal beginning its familiar crawl through his nervous system. I don't. There's nowhere else. The choir is all that. That's not what I asked. If there was somewhere, if there was a choice, would you take it? Something in Tomas's expression cracked. For just a moment, underneath the chemical haze and the conditioning and the desperate need for belonging, a real person looked out. Yes, he whispered. The congregation erupted. Angry shouts, accusations of betrayal, hands reaching for Tomas, like he'd committed blasphemy, which in their worldview he had. Seraphiel raised his hands, silencing them with practiced authority. Interesting. But words are wind, as I said. Actions matter. Can you actually free him, Angel? Can you remove the sacred gift we've bestowed? Giorno turned to Tomas fully now. The withdrawal will be terrible. Your body is going to fight you. Your mind will tell you that going back to the choir is the only way to make it stop. He spoke with absolute honesty, the kind that didn't soften truth for comfort's sake. You'll feel like dying. Might actually die if the process isn't managed correctly. Tomas's face went pale. Then I can't. I don't want to die. There's a medic, Marla Venn. She runs a station 2 levels up. I'm going to make sure she has what she needs to see you through it. Giorno placed a hand on Tomas's shoulder. The gesture was gentle, but carried absolute certainty. You won't be alone, and you won't die. How can you promise that? Tomas's voice broke on the question. Because I don't make promises I can't keep. Gold experience. Requiem existed in a state of constant readiness, now woven into Giorno's presence like breath. He could feel it analyzing threats, calculating causality chains, preparing to sever any that led toward outcomes he rejected. Tomas dying from withdrawal. That was a result that didn't have to happen. Therefore it wouldn't. Reality bent. Just slightly. Just enough. Tomas gasped. His shaking stilled. Not completely withdrawal wasn't something you could just nullify. The body's chemistry had its own momentum. But the fatal edge, the tipping point where desperation became death, that possibility simply stopped existing. What did you do? Tomas stared at his hands. I still feel awful, but I'm not dying, Giorno finished. You're not dying, you won't die. Walk to the medic. Tell her I sent you, she'll know what to do. Seraphil's posture had gone very still. Remarkable. Truly. You command forces I don't recognize, but you freed one. We have dozens. Hundreds spread throughout the underhive. Can you save them all? Angel, do you have that much power to spare? Giorno finally looked at him directly. Really looked, analyzing the man, beneath the theatrics. Seraphil was a believer that much was clear, not in whatever warp-touched entity he preached to, but in his own narrative. He'd convinced himself that exploitation was mercy, that addiction was salvation. And like all true believers, he would defend that belief with everything he had. I don't need to save them all at once, Giorno said. I just need to cut off your supply. The congregation went silent. Seraphil's laugh started as a chuckle building through his voxcaster into something that rattled bone. The supply. You think we're some street gang brewing this in a basement? We're part of something vast, Angel. Distribution networks that span sectors. Suppliers with connections reaching into the manufactorums themselves. You can't simply, where do you get it? The bluntness stopped Seraphil mid-sentence. The chemicals, Giorno continued. The processing equipment. The distribution routes. Someone provides them. Someone protects the operation. Who? That, Seraphil's tone went cold, is not information we share with outsiders. Then I'll find out myself. Giorno turned to leave. Got 3 steps before Seraphil's voice cracked like a whip. Seize him! The congregation moved. Not like individuals making choices, but like a single organism responding to stimulus. 40 people, their movements synchronized by drugs and conditioning, surging forward with crude weapons and bare hands. Gold experience Requiem activated. There was no flash of light, no dramatic display of power. To an outside observer, it would seem like the congregation simply failed. Their attacks reached out, but accomplished nothing. Hands closed on empty air. club swung through space Giorno had already vacated. Knives stabbed at shadows that refused to bleed. But it was more than just evasion. Each action that sought to harm him encountered the same fundamental problem. The result they wanted? Capture injury. Death simply didn't exist as a possibility. Causality itself rejected their attempts, sending their efforts spiraling into failure before they could manifest consequences. Within 30 seconds, the congregation lay scattered across the chapel floor. Not injured, just exhausted, their bodies burning through energy, trying to accomplish the impossible. Giorno stood in the center of it all, not breathing hard, not even disheveled. He looked down at the closest cultist, a woman whose mask had slipped, revealing a face gaunt with hunger and tracked with old tears. "I'm going to give you the same choice I gave Tomas," Giorno said loud enough for everyone to hear. "If you want to leave, there will be a place to go. Medical care, food, safety. No one will force you to stay in the choir. And if we choose to remain..." Serafiel's voice had lost its theatrical quality. Now it was just cold, calculating. "If we choose our faith over your charity, then you're free to make that choice. But..." Giorno's gaze swept the congregation one final time. "I'm cutting off the supply. No more stim, no more chemical peace. If you want to worship, worship. But you'll do it sober." He started toward the exit again. This time no one tried to stop him. "You can't," Serafiel called after him. "You don't understand the forces you're interfering with. The networks involved. The protections we have. I don't need to understand them," Giorno said without turning back. "I just need to break them." Tomas followed him up the stairs, moving with the uncertain steps of someone whose world had just fractured. At the top, Marla and Kel waited. The medic's expression caught between disbelief and something that might have been hope. "You actually..." Marla started. "He needs care," Giorno interrupted. "Withdrawal management. Somewhere safe to recover." He pulled something from his coat pocket, 3 ration chits he'd taken from one of the enforcers earlier. Not much, but enough to buy basic supplies. "This should help. I'll get you more." "More," Marla repeated. "Right. Because you're going to somehow break an entire drug operation with..." She gestured at him helplessly. "With whatever it is you do." "Yes." The certainty in that single word was more terrifying than any threat. Kel tugged on Giorno's coat. When Giorno looked down, the boy's expression was serious beyond his years. "Kadrin won't let you. The choir pays him protection. You hit them, you hit him. And Sump King doesn't forget." "Good," Giorno said. "I'd rather he didn't." Because organizations like this, systems built on exploitation, they only worked when everyone accepted the rules. When the prey stayed prey and the predators stayed predators. When people like Kadrin could threaten with impunity because everyone knew he had the power to follow through. Giorno had spent his entire life learning to change those rules. First in Naples, turning Passione from a drug-running syndicate into something that at least pretended at honor. Now here in this industrial hell that made Italy's worst slums look merciful. The principle remained the same. Find the people in power, understand their network, and then with surgical precision, remove their ability to hurt the people they preyed on. He'd done it before. He'd do it again. Behind them in the chapel of ash, Serafiel stood among his scattered congregation. His voxcaster clicked and hummed, processing thoughts into words. "Send word to Kadrin," he said finally. "Tell him we have a problem. Tell him..." The voxcasters were intensified. Tell him something new has entered his territory, something that needs to be removed permanently. The congregation stirred, pulling themselves upright, bruised but not beaten, addicted but still believing. And prepare the sacred vessels, Seraphiel continued. If the angel won't serve our purpose, perhaps his blood will serve another. The candlelight flickered. In the shadows it cast something moved, something that had nothing to do with flame or physics, something that was listening. Far above, in levels where breathable air didn't cost extra and starvation was a theoretical problem, Confessor Valdrusis received a vox transmission. 3 words repeated in a voice that shook with fervor. The angel walks. Val set down his sacred texts, reached for his bolt pistol. Someone would need to investigate. Someone always did when miracles manifested in the Emperor's domain. And miracles in Val's extensive experience usually needed purging. Confessor Valdrusis had stopped believing in miracles 3 decades ago, somewhere between his ordination and his first mass execution of heretics. The Emperor provided, yes. The Imperium endured, certainly. But miracles, those convenient manifestations of divine will that resolved problems without cost, those were fairy tales for the faithful masses. What people called miracles were usually 3 things. Warp corruption, wearing benevolence as camouflage, Xeno's technology misunderstood as divine intervention, or simple human desperation interpreting random chance as providence. Val's job was to distinguish between them and respond accordingly, usually with fire. The vox transmission from the underhive had contained all the warning signs. Stranger appearing from nowhere. Powers that defied explanation. Spontaneous following among the desperate and downtrodden. And worst of all, that most dangerous of heresies, hope. Hope made people question. Questions led to doubt. Doubt bred weakness. Weakness invited chaos. Better to cauterize the wound before infection spread. Val descended through Sanct Helios Spire's levels with 4 armed vergers in tow, each carrying a flamer and enough faith to use it without hesitation. The journey took hours, each level a degradation from the last. Proper lighting gave way to emergency lumens. Clean air became processed atmosphere. Order dissolved into barely controlled anarchy. By the time they reached Sump, 219 Val's disgust had crystallized into righteous certainty. This entire sector should have been purged years ago. These weren't citizens, they were resource waste-consuming rations and oxygen that could serve the Imperium's actual warriors. That the Administratum tolerated their existence at all was mercy beyond what faith demanded. Confessor. One of his vergers, Brother Quintus, gestured ahead. Movement. A crowd had gathered near what local records designated as Sector 219 Gamma. Perhaps 50 people, maybe more, pressed around a makeshift barricade constructed from industrial refuse. They weren't rioting, weren't looting. They were waiting, like supplicants outside a shrine. Val pushed through them without ceremony. Let them scatter or be trampled, their choice. His authority came from the God Emperor himself, and these wretches would acknowledge it or suffer correction. The barricade protected a medical station, or what passed for one in this pit. The structure had been carved into an old maintenance alcove, its walls lined with scavenged equipment that looked ready to fail at any moment. A woman worked inside her movements, efficient despite obvious exhaustion. Medical coat stained beyond redemption. Hands steady as she inserted an IV into a patient's arm. The patient was shaking, sweating. Withdrawal symptoms Val's training recognized immediately. But alive, conscious, not the seizure-racked death spiral that stim addiction usually produced. You. Val's voice cut through the murmuring crowd. "Medic, approach." The woman Marla Venn, according to the intel packet Val had reviewed, looked up. Her expression cycled through fear or resignation and something harder to categorize before settling on weary compliance. She finished securing the IV line, whispered something to her patient, and stepped out to meet him. "Confessor?" She inclined her head. Proper respect, but minimal. Just enough to avoid immediate censure. How can the Ministorum serve? By answering questions. Val gestured at the station, at the crowd, at the dozen other patients, visible inside, receiving treatment that shouldn't be possible with the equipment available. "This facility is not registered with sector authority. You operate without ecclesiarchy's sanction. Explain." "I operate without death," Marla said flatly. "People come here sick. I make them less sick. That's the entire explanation." One of the vergers stepped forward, flamer barrel rising. Val raised a hand, stopping him. Killing her now would be easy. But she wasn't the infection, just a symptom. The disease required deeper diagnosis. "These patients," Val continued, nodding toward the withdrawal cases. "Stim addicts. The choir's victims. Yet they live. Standard withdrawal from the compounds used in underhive narcotics is 90% fatal." "How do they survive?" Marla's jaw tightened. "Better treatment, proper medical support, and..." She stopped herself. "And..." Val let the word hang. "And someone who won't let them die." "Elaborate." She met his gaze with unexpected defiance. 3 days ago, a man came to the choir's chapel. He freed one of their converts, told me to prepare for more. Since then, I've treated 16 withdrawal cases, 0 fatalities. People who should be dead are walking, talking, recovering. This man, Val's hand moved to his bolt pistol. "Describe him." "Young, foreign-looking, purple coat, gold hair, moves like he owns the space around him." Her voice carried a note Val recognized, the tone of someone describing something they couldn't quite explain. "And he does things. Impossible things. Makes violence stop working. Keeps people alive who shouldn't survive. Like reality bends for him. Psyker Val's training cataloged. Unsanctioned, dangerous, requires immediate termination. But the description nagged at something deeper. Gold and purple, appearing from nowhere. Power over causality itself. Those weren't Psyker characteristics. Psykers drew from the warp, their abilities marked by its taint. What Marla described sounded like something else entirely. "Where is he now?" "Hitting Cadron's supply lines." Marla said it like stating a fact of physics. "Burning stim caches, disrupting distribution, making it impossible for the cartel to operate." She paused. "Making it impossible for them to hurt people." "And you approve of this vigilantism?" "I approve of children not being sold as debt collateral. I approve of people having choices beyond addiction or starvation. I approve..." She caught herself again, took a breath. "I approve of someone finally caring whether we live or die down here." The crowd murmured agreement. Dangerous. Ideas like this spread faster than plague if left unchecked. Val drew his bolt pistol in one smooth motion, aimed it at Marla's head. The crowd surged. Not attacking, they weren't that suicidal, but pressing closer bodies, creating a wall between the confessor and his target. A dozen people gaunt and desperate, willing to die rather than let the medic fall. "Stand aside," Val commanded. "This woman operates an illegal facility, harbors knowledge of heretical activity, interferes with the natural order of imperial law. Her life is forfeit. No one moved. Brother Quintus raised his flamer. Confessors, should we? No. A new voice, male, young, carrying the kind of certainty that made people stop and listen even when they shouldn't. Giovanna stepped through the crowd like they were water parting for a stone. Up close, Val's first assessment confirmed itself not from this world. Everything about him screamed wrong context, his clothes, his bearing, the way he looked at Val, like measuring an obstacle rather than acknowledging authority. Lower your weapon, Giorno said. It wasn't a request, wasn't a threat. Just a statement of what would happen delivered with the confidence of someone who'd already seen the outcome. Val kept the bolt pistol trained on Marla. By whose authority do you interfere with ecclesiarchy business? By the authority of not tolerating executions. Without cause. Without cause, Val's laugh was harsh. She operates illegally, aids criminals, spreads seditious ideas about choice and care in a sector that exists to provide raw material for the Imperium's war machine. Those are causes enough. No, Giorno said. Those are excuses. The bolt pistol swung toward him instead. Range 3 meters. Val could pull the trigger before this stranger moved. The mass reactive round would detonate inside his chest cavity, turning organs into shrapnel. Standard execution protocol for unsanctioned psychers. Val pulled the trigger. The bolt pistol fired. He felt the recoil, heard the report echo off metal walls, saw the muzzle flash paint Giorno's face in harsh light. But the round never arrived at its destination. It simply didn't. Val watched the weapon cycle, watched the shell eject, watched every mechanical function perform exactly as designed. But the result, Giorno's death, his injury, even the basic fact of projectile impact, that result failed to manifest. He fired again and again. Each shot perfect in execution, each impact absent in result. Xenos technology, Brother Quintus breathed. He's shielded? Flamers prepare to... Not Xenos, Val said. His hand had stopped shaking, decades of conditioning keeping panic locked behind duty. But his mind raced through possibilities, each more disturbing than the last. Not psyker, not warp-touched, not anything in the codified threat categories. Then what? Quintus's flamer tracked Giorno's movement as the stranger walked closer. I don't know. The admission tasted like ashes. And that makes him the most dangerous thing in this sector. Giorno stopped an arm's length from Val. Close enough that the confessor could smell him, and that wrongness crystallized into something specific. The stranger didn't smell like the underhive. No chemical reek, no organic decay, no promethium residue. He smelled clean, like somewhere else entirely. You came down here to execute a medic, Giorno said quietly, for the crime of helping people. That tells me everything I need to know about your priorities. My priorities are the Imperium's survival, Val replied, which requires order, discipline, the suppression of individual will in service to collective necessity. What you call help, I call undermining the very structure that keeps humanity from extinction. And what I call help, you call heresy. Giorno's expression didn't change. Remained that same calm analysis, like he was diagnosing a problem rather than facing potential death. We have a fundamental disagreement. One I will resolve with purging fire if necessary. No, Giorno said. You won't. He reached out, gently, almost carefully, and removed the bolt pistol from Val's hand. The confessor's grip was solid decades of weapons training, augmented strength from minor blessings, the righteousness of absolute conviction. None of it mattered. Giorno took the weapon as easily as plucking fruit from a tree. Because every time you try to hurt someone who doesn't deserve it, Giorno continued examining the bolt pistol before setting it on a nearby crate. The result you want won't happen. Not while I'm here. Not in this sector. Val's vergers surged forward, flamers rising. But Giorno just looked at them, and whatever they saw in his eyes made them stop. Made them reconsider whether burning this stranger would accomplish anything beyond wasting promethium. You can't protect everyone, Val said. I have authority extending across 3 hive sectors, hundreds of enforcers under my command, the full backing of the Ministorum. You're one man. I'm one man who won't leave. Giorno's tone remained level, matter of fact. You can call for reinforcements. You can escalate. You can bring orbital bombardment if you want. But I won't leave, and I won't let you hurt people whose only crime is suffering. Then you'll die, eventually. Everything mortal dies. Maybe. Giorno's lips quirked. Not quite a smile. But not today. And not from you. The certainty in those words carried weight beyond bravado. Val had heard zealots proclaim their invincibility before burning, had watched heretics swear protection from Xenos gods before bolt rounds ended their delusions. But this felt different. This felt like statement of physics rather than faith. What are you? Val demanded. Someone cleaning up your failure. The words hit like a physical blow. Failure. You let the choir operate. Let Cadron's cartel poison an entire sector. Let children be sold as commodities, all because maintaining order was more important than protecting the people you're supposed to serve. Giorno's gaze swept the crowd, the medical station, the desperate faces watching this confrontation. You failed them. I'm fixing that. By what right? By the right of being here, of caring, of not accepting suffering as inevitable. Giorno stepped back, creating space. You want to stop me? Try, but every attempt will fail. Every effort to harm these people will accomplish nothing. And eventually, you'll have to choose waste your resources fighting me or redirect them toward actual threats. Val's training screamed at him to escalate. Call for backup. Bring heavy weapons, orbital strike if necessary. But something about the stranger's absolute certainty made those options feel futile. Like attacking the tide. Like fighting gravity. This isn't over, Val said. No, Giorno agreed. It's just beginning. He turned his back on the confessor, an insult so profound that Brother Quintus raised his flamer again. But Val raised a hand, stopping him. Something about this situation required more thought than immediate violence. Confessor, Quintus whispered urgently. We can't let this heresy stand. If we don't purge, I know. Val's mind worked through scenarios, weighing options. But rushing to martyrdom serves no one. We need information, assessment, understanding of what we're dealing with. And if he's chaos-touched, then burning him now might just release whatever's inside. Val holstered his remaining weapons. We retreat, report, let Inquisition decide. The vergers looked uncertain, but obeyed. As they withdrew through the crowd which parted for them now, no longer afraid but simply waiting for the ecclesiarchy to leave, Val caught Marla's expression. Surprised. Relieved. And underneath that, something like hope. He'd been right earlier. Hope was dangerous. But now he had additional data. The stranger protected the medic, defended the weak, opposed systems of exploitation, classic hero behavior, which meant classic hero weaknesses. Heroes could be manipulated, trapped, turned against themselves by threatening what they protected. The Inquisition would know how to proceed. They always did. Outside the medical station, Vol paused long enough to mark the location on his data slate. When the cleansing came, and it would come, he had no doubt this entire sector would burn. The stranger, the medic, the grateful masses, all of it purged in holy fire. The Emperor protected, yes, but he also demanded sacrifice. And sometimes the faithful had to make hard choices. Back in the medical station, Marla exhaled a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. You just made an enemy of the ecclesiarchy. I know. Giorno was already moving toward the next patient, a young woman whose withdrawal shakes had started to ease. How many more can you handle? Handle. Marla's laugh was slightly hysterical. I'm already over capacity. I have 16 patients' equipment for maybe 5, and supplies that'll last another day, if I'm lucky. Make a list. Everything you need. I'll get it. From where the administratum doesn't just hand out medical supplies to illegal clinics, and buying them would cost more than this entire sector produces in a month. Giorno's expression suggested that cost wasn't the limiting factor. Make the list. I'll handle acquisition. Kel appeared from somewhere in the back carrying water rations. Cadron's people are asking questions about who's hitting their caches, about the guy who walked into the choir and walked out alive. The boy's voice carried warning. Sump King doesn't ask questions long. He answers them with violence. Good, Giorno said. I want him to know where to find me. Marla grabbed his arm. Are you insane? Cadron controls half the Underhive. He has enforcers' weapons connections reaching into the manufactorums and probably the Arbites themselves. You can't just... I can. Giorno gently removed her hand. And I will. Because systems like his only work when everyone accepts the rules. I don't. He headed for the exit, the crowd parting automatically. At the threshold, he looked back. Keep them alive, Marla. All of them. That's your job. Making sure people like Cadron and Vol can't hurt them anymore. That's mine. Then he was gone, disappearing into the Underhive's twisted corridors like he'd always belonged there. Marla stood frozen, trying to process what had just happened. A confessor of the ecclesiarchy had backed down, had retreated without executing anyone, had been disarmed and dismissed like his authority meant nothing. Because of one stranger who apparently didn't understand that you couldn't fight the entire Imperium. Or maybe he understood perfectly and just didn't care. He's going to get himself killed, she said to no one in particular. Maybe, Kel replied. But until then, people aren't dying. That's new. In the medical station, 16 patients recovered from addictions that should have killed them. Outside, a crowd dispersed, carrying stories of miracles and defiance. And deeper in the Underhive, in the rotting machinery and forgotten spaces where power lived, word spread. The Golden Stranger had declared war. The question now was who would break first, him or everything he stood against. Inquisitor Calpurnia Virene did not believe in coincidences. In her 40 years of service to the Ordo Hereticus, she had learned that patterns existed everywhere, if you looked with sufficient paranoia. 3 data points made a trend. 5 made a conspiracy. 7 meant someone was about to die, preferably before they realized an inquisitor had taken interest. The report from Confessor Vol Drusus constituted the 8th data point in a pattern that had started 3 days ago with atmospheric anomalies over Vigilantis IX's northern hive sectors. Virene studied the compiled intelligence on her data slate, cross-referencing reports from multiple sources. The image assembled itself with disturbing clarity. Day 1. Unregistered spatial displacement event in SUMP 219. No warp signature, no energy discharge, no Xenos vessel detected. Just a tear in reality that closed within seconds, leaving behind trace readings her Mechanicus contacts couldn't classify. Day 2. Street-level reports of intervention in gang violence. Subject described as young male foreign appearance, demonstrating abilities inconsistent with known psyker manifestations. 7 witnesses, all independently corroborating impossible details. Projectiles failing to impact violence, nullified without visible defense mechanisms, causality disruption without warp taint. Day 3. Confrontation with Golden Choir cult. Subject identified as same individual from Day 2. Freed cult member from chemical dependency through unknown means. Survival rate of withdrawal cases 100%. Medically impossible without resources unavailable in underhive sectors. Day 4. Direct engagement with ecclesiarchy personnel. Subject disarmed Confessor Valdrusis. Negated bolt pistol fire at point-blank range. No void shields. No refractor fields. No defensive augmentation detected. Rounds fired, casings ejected, but impacts never occurred. Virene set down the data slate and looked across her strategium table at interrogator Helix Rowe. Her protege was young, only 15 years in the Inquisition service, but possessed the kind of analytical mind that turned chaos into comprehensible threat assessments. "Your evaluation?" Virene asked. Helix had been reading the same reports, his dark eyes tracking data with the focus of someone who understood that missing details killed people. The subject demonstrates reality manipulation inconsistent with all known categories. Not psyker, no warp signature, no psychic backlash, no demon resonance. Not Xenos, tech wrong, operational parameters, no energy emissions, no detectable machinery. Not sanctioned holy relic, too precise, too controlled, too... He paused, searching for the right word. Deliberate. Conclusions. Subject represents an unclassified threat. Helix's tone carried the weight of someone who understood what that phrase meant. In the Inquisition's hierarchy of dangers, classified threats could be countered with established protocols. Unclassified threats required investigation, containment, and frequently purging before someone understood enough to weaponize them. Recommend immediate deployment for assessment and potential termination. Virene nodded slowly. Helix's evaluation matched her own, but she'd wanted to hear him reach the conclusion independently. Teaching moment: always verify your paranoia against someone else's paranoia before committing resources. Your recommendation is noted and approved. Virene activated her Vox channel. This is Inquisitor Virene Clearance, Obsidian 7. Authorized deployment to Vigilantes Inc. Sanct Helia Spire Sector 219. Threat classification: unknown entity, potential arch heresy. Full investigation, authority granted. The response came immediately. Authorization confirmed, resources allocated. Emperor protects. Virene closed the channel and stood. We deploy within the hour. Prepare a kill team. Light armament we're investigating, not invading, but sufficient firepower to handle psyker manifestation if assessment proves incorrect. Personnel composition. Helix was already accessing team rosters on his data slate. 4 shooters, experienced underhive operations, comfortable with civilian presence and collateral assessment. No zealots, I need people who can think before burning. Virene moved to the Strategium's viewport, looking out at the warship's vast hangar. And bring Savant Cross. If this thing manipulates reality through unknown mechanisms, I want someone who can identify the mechanisms. The Mechanicus liaison will insist on observation rights. Let them insist. This is inquisitorial jurisdiction. Magos Threx 9 can file complaints through proper channels. Varine's tone suggested what she thought of proper channels. We document, we analyze, we determine threat level. If the Mechanicus wants samples afterward, they can request through standard protocols. Helix nodded, already drafting deployment orders. But he hesitated before transmitting a question forming behind his careful expression. Speak, Virene commanded. The subject's actions, as reported, demonstrate pattern inconsistency with heretical behavior. Hallex chose his words carefully. No demon summoning, no chaos iconography, no corruption of faithful. Instead, medical intervention, protection of civilians, opposition to exploitation networks. He paused. These actions align more closely with Imperial values than many sanctioned operations in underhive sectors. Virene studied her interrogator. This was the moment young inquisitors either learned or died. What's your point? If the subject isn't actively harming Imperial interests, shouldn't we consider alternatives to termination? Investigation first, yes, but perhaps cooperation rather than elimination. An interesting perspective. Virene's tone gave nothing away. Tell me, interrogator, what happens when an unknown entity with reality manipulation capabilities decides. Imperial interests don't align with its objectives. Depends on the entity's values, and wrong answer. Virene cut him off. What happens is catastrophic failure of containment. Because we don't control it, don't understand it, can't predict it. And in the Imperium, anything we can't control becomes a threat the moment it chooses to be. She moved away from the viewport, her boot steps precise on the metal deck. You're thinking like a philosopher. Think like an inquisitor. The subject demonstrates benevolent behavior now. What about tomorrow? What about tomorrow next week? After its established power base and influence, after it realizes the Imperium it's protecting is fundamentally opposed to its methods. Helix absorbed this in silence. Unknown entities represent existential risk, Virene continued. Not because of what they do, but because of what they could do. Our job isn't to judge current actions. It's to assess future threat potential and neutralize it before potential becomes kinetic. Even if that means killing someone who might be helping. Especially then. Virene's expression hardened. Because help from unknown sources creates dependency. Dependency creates vulnerability. And vulnerability invites exploitation by forces we actually do understand: chaos, Xenos heretics, who'll use any opening to corrupt the faithful. She returned to her data slate, calling up footage from Val's encounter. Look at this. The subject disarms an armed confessor. Makes him look foolish, impotent. What message does that send to the underhive masses who witnessed it? Halleck studied the footage. That authority can be challenged. Exactly. The subject might have good intentions, might genuinely want to help, might even succeed in improving conditions locally. But in doing so, it undermines the fundamental principle that keeps the Imperium functional. Absolute authority cannot be questioned. Virene zoomed in on Giorno's face in the recording. Young, calm, certain. That certainty is dangerous. It suggests the subject believes itself correct, believes its judgment superior to established Imperial doctrine. And history teaches us what happens when individuals place personal morality above collective survival. Heresy, Halleck said quietly. Not always. Sometimes it's just tragic necessity. Virene closed the footage. We'll investigate, document capabilities, attempt communication if feasible. But understand, if this entity cannot be controlled, it will be eliminated, no matter how benevolent its current actions. The Strategium's Vox system crackled. Inquisitor Vereen, your transport is prepared. Kill team assembled. Savant Cross request permission to board. Granted. We depart in 20 minutes. Vereen gathered her equipment with practiced efficiency bolt pistol power sword rosette of office data slates containing 40 years of accumulated threat assessments. Halix finalized deployment protocols. I want surveillance established before we make direct contact. Surveillance parameters. Everything. Monitor the subject's movements, associations patterns. Who it talks to, who it protects, who it threatens. Map the network forming around it. Vereen holstered her bolt pistol. And establish containment perimeter. Sector lockdown if necessary. I want control over ingress and egress. If this thing decides to leave, I want to know where it goes. Halix's expression flickered with something that might have been concern. A sector lockdown will cut off food supplies, medical resources, evacuation routes. The civilian population will serve as controlled variables in our assessment. Vereen's tone allowed no argument. If the subject truly protects civilians, it will respond predictably to their distress. If it doesn't, we learn its actual priorities. Either way, we gain intelligence. And if people die during the assessment, Vereen looked at him directly, then they die serving the Imperium's security interests. Same as any other Imperial citizen. Same as you or me if this investigation goes wrong. She moved toward the exit. Remember, interrogator, we don't have the luxury of perfect solutions. We have threat assessment, resource allocation, and acceptable loss calculations. Those three variables determine every decision we make. Yes, Inquisitor. They walked through the warship's corridors in silence, crew members stepping aside with practiced deference. The rosette Vereen wore marked her as someone who could order orbital bombardment, with a word who held authority superseding planetary governors and military commanders alike. And she would use that authority if necessary. The subject in Sump 219 represented a variable that didn't fit established models. In mathematics, such variables either resolved into known categories or destabilized entire equations. Vereen's job was ensuring the Imperium's equation remained stable, even if stability required eliminating anomalies that might, in another context, be called miracles. The transport awaited in the hangar bay, a Valkyrie configured for rapid deployment, armed, but not heavily fast enough to extract if engagement went catastrophic. The kill team stood ready, 4 veterans, whose augmetic eyes and scarred hands told stories of survival in places where survival wasn't guaranteed. Savant Cross waited by the boarding ramp, his Mechanicus robes pristine despite the hangar's industrial grime. His augmetic components clicked and whirred as he processed data streams, multi-spectral sensors already analyzing atmospheric composition reports from Vigilantis 9. Inquisitor. His Voxcaster crackled. Preliminary analysis suggests spatial anomaly origin point correlates with undocumented technological signature. Request permission to deploy advanced scanning equipment upon arrival. Denied. This is investigation, not archaeological survey. Your role is threat assessment, not acquisition. Cross's mechadendrites twitched. Respectfully, Inquisitor, understanding the mechanism is essential for your research, not for my investigation. Vereen boarded the transport. You'll observe, you'll analyze, you'll provide technical assessment when requested. You will not compromise operational security for scientific curiosity. Clear? Acknowledged. Cross's tone suggested he'd be filing reports about this later. Vereen didn't care. The Mechanicus always filed reports. The Valkyrie lifted off, angling toward Vigilantis 9's gravity well. Through the viewport, the hive world looked like a tumor on reality's flesh. Vast cities stacked vertically until the weight of human civilization threatened to crush the planet's core. Billions of souls packed into spaces never meant for habitation kept functional through faith, fear, and the grinding machinery of imperial logistics. Somewhere in those billions, one anomaly existed. One variable that didn't fit. Varine would find it, classify it, and if classification proved impossible, eliminate it. Because the Imperium survived through certainty and uncertainty was just another word for threat. The transport-pierced cloud cover descending towards Sanct Helia Spire's upper levels. Below them, Sump 219 waited in darkness, its population unaware that judgment had been dispatched. Halleck spoke quietly. Inquisitor, what if the subject proves cooperative? What if it provides answers voluntarily? Varine didn't look away from the viewport. Then we learn what it wants us to learn, which tells us what it's hiding. And if it's hiding nothing, everything hides something. Interrogator, even truth, especially truth. The Valkyrie descended through layers of atmospheric processing, through zones where sunlight died and artificial illumination created permanent twilight. Down toward the depths, where law meant whatever the strong said it meant, where imperial authority existed as theory rather than practice. Down toward the stranger who'd declared war on suffering itself. Down toward an answer that Varine suspected would require questions she didn't want to ask, but she'd ask them anyway. She always did. The Emperor protected. But the Inquisition ensured protection came with acceptable collateral. Interrogator Helix Rowe had witnessed 17 purges during his 15 years of inquisitorial service. Some justified demon cults spreading corruption, Jinna Stealer infiltration networks, tech heresy that threatened reality's structural integrity. Others, less clear. Entire hab blocks burned because one citizen asked the wrong questions. Populations culled because statistical models suggested future rebellion. He'd learned to compartmentalize, to file each purge under operational necessity and move forward. The Emperor's work required hard choices, and questioning those choices led to paralysis that got people killed. But standing on the observation deck above Sump 219 as Varine's containment protocols activated, Helix found his compartments overflowing. The sector lockdown had begun 6 hours ago. Subtly at first, increased checkpoint presence, identity verification protocols, routing adjustments that funneled traffic away from target zones. Then the real measures kicked in, water reclamation systems running at 20% capacity. Food distribution halted pending administrative review. Medical supply chains severed. Atmospheric processing reduced to minimum viable parameters. 10,000 civilians in Sector 219 suddenly cut off from everything that kept them alive. Bait deployment proceeding as planned. Savant Cross reported from his scanner array. The Mechanicus Adept's augmetic fingers danced across controls, monitoring biological stress indicators across the population. Elevated cortisol levels detected. Cardiac strain increasing. Optimal distress parameters will be achieved within 12 hours. Helix's jaw tightened. We're starving people to see how the subject reacts. We're creating controlled stimulus to assess behavioral patterns, Varine corrected without looking up from her data slate. She stood at the observation deck's edge, watching the sector below through optical enhancers. The subject claims to protect civilians. We're determining if that claim extends beyond immediate visibility. By making them suffer. By presenting challenges that reveal true priorities. Varine lowered her enhancers, Standard interrogation technique, interrogator. Applied at scale but fundamentally identical. Apply pressure, observe response, extract information. One of the kill team members, veteran Saris, a woman whose augmetic arm bore scars from 30 years of service, spoke up from her position. Inquisitor were detecting movement in the target zone. Subject approaching checkpoint Gamma 7. Varine's attention sharpened. Visual confirmation. Affirmative. Purple coat matches description from Confessor Val's report. Accompanied by 2 individuals, juvenile male adult, female matching medical personnel profile. Hallex moved to the observation station. The optical feed showed Giorno walking toward the checkpoint with that same calm certainty Val had described. Kell moved beside him, small and quick, while Marla followed with the wary posture of someone who'd seen too many checkpoints end in violence. The checkpoint itself consisted of 6 armed guards positioned behind portable barriers, their laser guns trained on the approaching trio. Standard defensive configuration, sufficient firepower to handle anything short of power armor. Audio feed, Verine requested. Cross adjusted his equipment. Sound crackled through the speaker's distant machinery. Frightened murmurs from civilians watching the confrontation, and then Giorno's voice cleared despite the distance. "You're blocking medical supplies," Giorno said. Not accusatory, just stating fact. The checkpoint commander, Sergeant Vane, according to Halix's briefing notes, raised his laser gun higher. "Sector's under lockdown. Inquisitorial authority. No one passes without clearance. People are going to die without those supplies. That's above my concern level. Turn around, citizen. This is your only warning." Giorno didn't turn around. "Move aside." Hallex watched Vane's expression through the optical feed. The sergeant was experienced, had probably handled hundreds of confrontations just like this, should have responded with standard escalation, second warning, then violence. But something in Giorno's tone made him hesitate. "I have orders to shoot anyone who tries to breach containment," Vane said. But his laser gun barrel had dipped slightly. Unconscious adjustment body, recognizing something mind, hadn't processed yet. "Then shoot," Giorno replied. "Or move aside. Those are your choices." Vane pulled the trigger. The last bolt crossed the distance in a fraction of a second. Hallex saw it connect, saw the energy discharge paint Giorno's chest in red light, saw the aftermath of a shot that should have burned through cloth, flesh, bone, saw nothing happen. The last bolt fired. The energy transferred. But the result, impact, injury, death, never manifested. Giorno stood exactly as he had unmarked, while smoke curled from Vane's laser gun barrel. The sergeant fired again, and again. 3 more troopers joined in La's fire, painting the checkpoint in strobing crimson. Enough concentrated energy to vaporize an unarmored human, to melt steel, to ignite promethium. Giorno walked through it like walking through rain. "Emperor's mercy," Saris breathed. "He's not even deflecting. The shots just don't work." Fascinating. Cross was recording everything, his augmetic eyes tracking energy dispersal patterns that apparently led nowhere. No void shielding, no refraction field. Energy discharge occurs normally, but consequence propagation terminates before result manifestation. "In low gothic," Verine demanded. "The shots happen. They just don't hurt him. Causality chain breaks between action and outcome." Giorno reached the checkpoint, looked at Vane with something between pity and disappointment. "You followed orders. I understand that, but the orders were wrong." He stepped past the barrier. The guards didn't try to stop him. They were too busy staring at their weapons, like the guns had betrayed them. Marla and Kell followed Marla, carrying medical supplies, scavenged from somewhere Kell loaded down with water rations. As they disappeared into the sector's depths, the checkpoint stood frozen in confusion. Vireen broke the silence. Assessment interrogator. Helix chose his words carefully. Subject demonstrates absolute defensive capability against directed energy weapons. Maintains non-lethal approach despite provocation. Priority remains civilian welfare, even when confronted with superior force. Tactical evaluation. Standard armaments appear ineffective. Subject's ability operates beyond known defensive mechanisms. Recommend. He paused, knowing what came next would test Vireen's patience. Recommend reassessing elimination as primary objective. Vireen's expression didn't change. Explain. The subject hasn't harmed Imperial personnel despite multiple opportunities. Shows restraint inconsistent with hostile intent. Eliminating it would require escalation beyond what current threat assessment justifies. Current threat assessment, Vireen repeated, which will change the moment this entity decides Imperial interests don't align with its objectives. What then? Interrogator. When those defensive capabilities turn offensive, then we respond appropriately. But preemptive termination of a non-hostile entity sets dangerous precedent. Vireen studied him with the intensity of someone measuring deviation from acceptable parameters. You're thinking like a moralist again. Think strategically. What happens to Imperial authority when citizens see someone walk through laser gun fire without consequence? What happens to compliance when power can be defied without cost? Helix had no answer that wouldn't sound like heresy. Exactly. Vireen returned her attention to the sector below. The subject's existence undermines fundamental Imperial doctrine, obey or die. It demonstrates a third option, resist and survive. That option cannot be allowed to spread. So we escalate the lockdown, Helix said quietly. Make the suffering worse. Force the subject into harder choices. Until we understand its breaking point, yes. Vireen activated her Vox channel. All units maintain containment. Subject has breached checkpoint Gamma 7, but made no hostile action. Continue observation. Tighten parameters, reduce water allocation by an additional 30%. Route food shipments to storage pending reassessment. Cross looked up from his scanners. Inquisitor at current restriction levels, civilian mortality will begin within 18 hours. Primarily children and elderly. Statistically significant casualties within 72. Noted. Continue monitoring. Helix's hands clenched. He'd watched purges, yes. Watched necessary evils transform into policies. But this felt different. Felt like using Imperial citizens as laboratory subjects in an experiment designed to prove a predetermined conclusion. Permission to speak freely, Inquisitor? Vireen nodded. Granted. This methodology risks creating the very threat we're assessing. If the subject's motivation is protecting civilians, deliberately harming them will push it toward hostile action. We could have avoided through diplomacy. Diplomacy requires mutual understanding of consequences. What consequences can we threaten that would matter to something our weapons can't touch? Vireen's logic was ice-cold and airtight. We need leverage, need to understand what it values more than its safety. Once we establish that we can negotiate from strength. And if what it values is human life, then we use that value as leverage. Basic interrogation theory, Helix. Everyone breaks when you find the right pressure point. Barstorms, she turned from the observation deck. Prepare direct contact protocols. I want face-to-face engagement within 12 hours. Time to see if this entity can be reasoned with. And if it can't, Fiorine's hand touched her bolt pistol. Then we've tried everything short of orbital bombardment, which becomes next escalation tier, if necessary. She left the observation deck, Saris and the other killed team members following. Helix remained watching the optical feeds as Giorno distributed supplies to desperate civilians. Watched children drink water they'd been denied by imperial decree. Watched Marla treat patients whose suffering had been manufactured as strategic assessment tool. Fascinating dilemma, Cross said. His Voxcaster held no emotional inflection, purely analytical observation. Subject demonstrates capabilities that violate fundamental physics. Inquisitor demonstrates methodology that violates fundamental ethics. Collision appears inevitable. Not inevitable, Hallex replied. Avoidable, if either side chose different approach. But they won't. Inquisitor Vereen cannot tolerate uncontrolled variables. Subject cannot tolerate systematic suffering. These positions are axiomatic to their identities. Cross's mechadendrites clicked thoughtfully. Axioms, by definition, cannot be negotiated, only proved or disproved through testing. That's not how people work. Isn't it? Cross tilted his augmetic heavy head. I have observed Inquisitor Vereen for 7 years. She has never deviated from core operational philosophy. Subject based on available data shows similar consistency. Both are what you humans call principled, which makes them predictable, which makes this outcome calculable. What outcome? Escalation until someone breaks. Question is, which breaks first, subject's commitment to nonviolence or Inquisitor's commitment to control? Cross returned to his scanners. My projection subject maintains nonviolence longer than Inquisitor maintains proportional response. Fascinating test of competing ideologies. Halix stared at the Mechanicus adept. You're treating this like an experiment. Everything is experiment. Data collection hypothesis, testing result analysis. Your emotional investment doesn't change methodology, just clouds interpretation. The optical feed showed Giorno entering a HAB unit where a child lay dying from dehydration, easily preventable if the water systems hadn't been deliberately throttled. Showed him kneeling beside the child, that strange calm, never breaking. Showed the child's breathing, steady, strength and stabilized beyond what dehydration timeline allowed. He's keeping them alive, Halix whispered. Every single one. Through sheer, what willpower faith? Unclear. But pattern-consistent subject presence correlates with survival rate anomaly. 97% above statistical baseline for comparable circumstances. Cross recorded the data. If this capability could be replicated, applications would revolutionize Imperial medical logistics. If it could be controlled? Yes. If. Cross's Voxcaster clicked. Vereen seeks control through understanding. Understanding through testing. Testing through suffering. Loop continues until variable resolves or system breaks. His augmetic eyes focused on Halix. You disagree with methodology, but you follow orders. Why? Halix had asked himself that question 17 times, across 17 purges. Because refusing orders leads to execution, which helps no one. Ah, self-preservation overcomes ethical concern. Logical. It's not just... Hallex stopped. Was it really more than self-preservation? Or had he convinced himself that following orders, even wrong orders, served some greater good? Below in Sump 219, Giorno moved from HAB unit to HAB unit, distributing supplies, stabilizing the dying. creating small miracles that probably weren't miracles at all, just capabilities the Imperium didn't understand and therefore had to destroy. And above, the Inquisition watched. Calculated. Prepared escalations that would push this stranger toward choices no one should have to make. Hallex thought about the child Giorno had just saved. Thought about the hundreds more who'd need saving in the next 72 hours. Thought about Virene's absolute certainty that control mattered more than lives. Thought about whether following orders still counted as doing the Emperor's work when those orders manufactured suffering to prove a point. No good answer existed. They never did. That's what made this job bearable, knowing no choice was perfect, so any choice could be justified. But watching Giorno through the optical feed, watching someone who apparently hadn't learned that lesson, Hallex wondered if bearable was the same as right. His Vox unit crackled. Virene's voice. Interrogator, prepare for deployment. Direct contact in 4 hours. I want you present for initial engagement. Acknowledged Inquisitor. He kept watching the feeds, kept cataloging the small miracles, kept waiting for the moment when a principle would collide with pragmatism and someone, probably everyone, would bleed. 4 hours until contact. 4 hours until he'd have to choose whether following orders still counted as duty when those orders felt wrong. 4 hours to decide if Cross was right, that people really were just axioms in human form, unable to bend without breaking. Below Giorno helped an elderly woman stand, gave her water from his own supply, spoke words the optical feed couldn't capture, but whose meaning was clear in the woman's tears of gratitude. Hallex turned away from the screen. Some things were easier when you didn't have to watch them happen. The meeting was arranged through intermediaries, a data slate left in Marla's clinic coordinates, and time encoded in simple cipher. Neutral ground, the message claimed. Discussion before escalation. Giorno recognized the lie immediately. Neutrality didn't exist when one side held all institutional power, but accepted anyway. Because talking even with liars beat the alternative. The designated location was an abandoned Prometheum processing facility 3 levels below Marla's station. Vast chambers where machinery had fused with the walls decades ago, creating industrial fossils that leaked toxic runoff into drainage systems long past caring. The air tasted of chemicals and decay, thick enough to make breathing an exercise in willpower. Giorno arrived alone despite Marla's protests and Kell's insistence on serving as scout. Some conversations required privacy, and bringing civilians to a meeting with the Inquisition seemed like inviting casualties. The Inquisitor waited in the facility's central chamber, surrounded by what Giorno's tactical assessment identified as a Kill Team 4 armed personnel, positioned at strategic points, weapons trained but not actively threatening. A 5th figure stood beside the Inquisitor, younger, less armored, carrying data slates instead of guns. And slightly behind them all, a robed figure whose augmetic components marked him as Mechanicus. Giorno studied the Inquisitor as he approached. Tall, rigid posture, every movement economical and precise. Her coat bore symbols he didn't recognize, but understood instinctively: authority, judgment, power to destroy. Her face was stern, weathered by decisions that left marks deeper than age. She studied him with equal intensity. Inquisitor Calpurnia Virene. She introduced herself without preamble. Ordo Hereticus. You are the unidentified entity currently disrupting operations in Sector 219. Giorno Giovanna. He stopped at what felt like appropriate distance, close enough to speak normally, far enough that sudden movement wouldn't provoke reflexive violence. I'm not disrupting operations. I'm stopping exploitation. Perspective. Verine's tone suggested she'd heard similar arguments before and found them unpersuasive. From where I stand, you represent an unknown variable with reality manipulation capability, society's no identifiable origin, and a pattern of interfering with established imperial structure. From where I stand, you represent an institution that manufactures suffering to prove points. Giorno's voice remained level. The lockdown, the water restrictions, the deliberate starvation, those weren't security measures. They were tests. Verine's expression didn't change. Tests that revealed useful data. You value civilian life. You respond predictably to their distress. You possess defensive capabilities that negate conventional weapons. All valuable intelligence for threat assessment. Threat assessment, Giorno repeated. I haven't threatened anyone. Your existence is threat enough. Verine gestured slightly, and the younger man stepped forward, data slate extended. Interrogator Helix Rowe. He'll be documenting this exchange for official record. Helix met Giorno's gaze briefly. Something in his expression suggested discomfort with this entire arrangement, but he activated his recording equipment without protest. State your origin, Verine commanded. Where do you come from? How did you arrive on Vigilantis 9? What is the source of your abilities? Giorno considered how to answer. Truth would sound like insanity torn from my world by a rift I don't understand, carrying power granted by a stand that evolved beyond normal limits, operating on principles that don't exist in your reality. Lies would be detected. He could see the augmetic sensors the Mechanicus adept was training on him, probably measuring everything from heart rate to micro-expressions. Somewhere else, he answered. I don't know exactly how I arrived, and my abilities are intrinsic, part of who I am. Insufficient. Verine's hand moved fractionally toward her bolt pistol. Those answers provide no actionable intelligence. Try again with specificity. I've told you what I can. The specifics wouldn't make sense in your framework. Then expand our framework. Explain in terms we can understand or accept classification as hostile entity pending termination. The threat was delivered without heat. Just statement of policy like reading from a manual, which made it more disturbing than any rage could be. You're going to try to kill me regardless, Giorno observed. This conversation is just protocol before violence. Not necessarily. Halleck spoke for the first time, his tone carrying a note of what hoped desperation. If you can demonstrate your abilities aren't warp-derived, aren't Xenos technology, aren't heretical in nature, we can reassess threat classification. Giorno looked at him. Saw someone caught between duty and doubt following orders while questioning their validity. Recognized the expression from his own mirror years ago, back when he'd been navigating Passione's moral wasteland. How would I demonstrate that? Giorno asked. Submit to examination, Verine answered. Allow Magos Cross to conduct scans, provide biological samples for analysis, explain your capabilities' operational mechanisms in detail. Prove you're not corrupted by forces hostile to the Imperium. And if I refuse, then we proceed under assumption of hostile intent. Escalate containment. Increase pressure on civilian population until you're forced to respond. Eventually, you'll make mistake or reveal vulnerability we can exploit. Verine's certainty was absolute. Everyone breaks Giovanna. Question is how much damage occurs before breaking happens. Giorno absorbed this. The Inquisitor was offering a choice, but the choice was between submission or escalation. No third option where he continued operating independently, protecting people according to his own judgment. I won't submit to examination, he stated. And I won't stop protecting civilians, regardless of pressure you apply. Then we have an impasse. We have a fundamental disagreement about what constitutes acceptable behavior. Giorno's gaze swept the kill team, the interrogator, the mechanicus observer. You're willing to hurt innocent people to maintain control over variables you don't understand. I'm not willing to let that happen. Noble sentiment, Vereen acknowledged. Also naive. The Imperium functions through control. Remove control, you invite chaos. Not metaphorical chaos, actual chaos. The warp, demon incursions, corruption that ends worlds. Her voice carried the weight of someone who'd seen those endings. We maintain order through harsh measures because disorder means extinction. You disrupt that order without understanding consequences. I understand perfectly. Giorno's calm never wavered. You've built a system so cruel that maintaining it requires constant violence against your own people. And rather than question the system, you classify anyone who opposes it as existential threat. Because they are. Vereen stepped closer, closing the distance between them. You want to know what happens when systems collapse? I've watched it. Hive worlds where governance failed. Where every person pursued individual good instead of collective survival. I've walked through streets lined with corpses, through hab blocks where people ate their children because food distribution broke down, through shrines where desperate prayers to false gods opened doors that should never open. She stopped an arm's length from Giorno, her intensity finally breaking through professional detachment. So, yes, I enforce cruel systems, because cruel systems that function are better than kind systems that don't. The Imperium survives through brutality, but it survives. Your kindness, no matter how genuine, threatens that survival. Giorno held her gaze. Then the Imperium deserves to be threatened. The words hung in the toxic air. Halix's expression shifted. The kill team tensed. Vereen's hand moved to her bolt pistol. Careful, she warned. That sounds remarkably like sedition. It's observation. Systems that can only survive through brutality will eventually destroy themselves. You don't need external threats when your own structure generates suffering efficiently enough to create enemies from within. Philosophy? Vereen drew her bolt pistol in one smooth motion. I deal in results, and result here is simple. You refuse cooperation, admit to opposing imperial doctrine, demonstrate capabilities we can't counter with conventional means. That makes you arch-heresy threat. She aimed at his chest, point-blank range, no missing. Last chance. Submit to examination or face termination. Giorno didn't move. You already know your weapon won't work. Conventional weapons, yes. But I'm curious, does your defensive ability extend to others? Vereen's aim shifted, not toward Giorno, toward the empty space behind him. Specifically to civilians you're protecting. Can you stop bullets aimed at people who aren't you? Giorno's expression finally shifted, understanding what she was threatening. You won't, he stated. I will if necessary. Pressure points, remember, you value civilian life. I need leverage. Basic mathematics. Vereen's aim remained steady. Cooperate or I'll demonstrate that your protection only extends to yourself. It was a bluff. Had to be. Even by this Imperium's standards, executing civilians to coerce cooperation seemed beyond acceptable operations. But Vereen's expression suggested otherwise. Inquisitor, Halix spoke up, voice tight. We're here to negotiate, not to. Silence, interrogator. Vereen didn't look away from Giorno. This entity needs to understand we're serious. That defiance carries cost. She activated her Vox channel. Kill Team Beta, you're positioned at Marleven's medical station, correct? A voice crackled back. Affirmative, Inquisitor. On my mark, execute one patient. Random selection. Confirm. Giorno moved before conscious thought. Closed the distance between himself and Vereen in a heartbeat. His hand caught her wrist, not roughly, but with absolute certainty, preventing the Vox transmission. Don't, he said. Single word. Quiet. Carrying more threat than any shout. Gold experience. Requiem activated fully. Halix felt it, everyone felt it, like pressure dropped before a storm. Reality itself seemed to hold its breath. Vereen tried to pull the trigger. Her finger moved. The bolt pistol's mechanism cycled. But the transmission ordering execution never completed. The order never reached its destination. The result she sought, civilian death as leverage, simply ceased being possible. Giorno released her wrist and stepped back. I told you, he stated. I won't let you hurt them. Vereen stared at her Vox unit, then at her bolt pistol, then at Giorno. For the first time since the conversation began, her absolute certainty cracked. What did you do? She demanded. Nothing. You tried to do something. It didn't work. Same as the last fire. Same as any attempt to harm people under my protection. Giorno's tone remained matter-of-fact. You can't threaten them. Can't kill them. Can't use them as leverage. Not while I'm here. That's... Halix was staring at his data slate, watching telemetry that apparently made no sense. You retroactively negated the order. Before it was even given, I prevented the result, Giorno corrected. The order can exist. The execution can't. Cross stepped forward, augmetic components whirring frantically. Impossible. Causality doesn't work retroactively. Effect cannot precede cause. You're violating your fundamentals, Giorno interrupted. Not mine. Vereen holstered her bolt pistol. The gesture was slow, deliberate mind clearly racing through revised assessments. You can protect everyone, simultaneously, across distance, against actions not yet taken. If necessary. Then you're not just defensive anomaly. You're reality anchor, localized causality override. Vereen's professional detachment reasserted itself, but underneath Giorno heard the edge of something like fear. Do you understand what you are, what threat level that represents? I understand you're classifying me as threat because you can't control me. That's not the same as me being dangerous. From my perspective, they're identical. Vereen backed away, creating tactical distance. This conversation is over. Interrogator record subject as Hereticus Maximus classification. Recommend immediate escalation to Ordo Malleus oversight. Inquisitor. Halix's voice carried strain. We haven't exhausted diplomatic. Diplomacy requires mutual vulnerability. This entity is invulnerable and apparently omnipresent within operational radius. Vereen was already moving toward the exit kill team forming up around her. We need resources beyond local capability. She paused at the chamber's threshold, looked back at Giorno. You think you're protecting these people, but you've just painted target on this entire sector. When the Inquisition can't contain threat locally, we sterilize the contamination zone. Orbital bombardment, virus bombs, exterminatus if necessary. Her voice was ice. Your protection won't stop ship-mounted weaponry. won't save them when fire falls from orbit. Then don't call the fire, Giorno replied. Not my choice anymore. You're beyond my authority level? This goes to High Inquisitor Covenant now. And he doesn't negotiate. Vereen turned to leave, then stopped. For what it's worth, I believe your intentions are genuine. Believe you actually want to help. But intentions don't matter. Only results. And result of your interference will be this sector's annihilation. She left, kill team following. Halix lingered conflict written across his features. Is she right? He asked quietly. Will they really destroy everything just to eliminate you? Giorno met his gaze, saw genuine question, genuine concern. This interrogator still had pieces of conscience the Inquisitor had shed or buried. Yes, Giorno answered honestly. They probably will. Then leave. Evacuate before escalation comes. Save yourself and whoever you can. No. Why not? Because running means accepting their framework. Accepting that power justifies cruelty, that systems matter more than people. Giorno's expression hardened. I didn't accept that in my world. I won't accept it here. Halix stared at him, then shook his head slowly. You're going to die. Everyone you're protecting is going to die. For principle, that means nothing to people already dead. Maybe. Giorno turned toward the exit opposite Vereen's departure. Or maybe principles matter most when everything else fails. Guess we'll find out. He left Halix standing in the abandoned facility, surrounded by industrial corpses and the weight of impossible choices. Outside in Sump 2, 1-9's corridors, Marla and Kell waited. They saw his expression and understood immediately. It didn't work, Marla stated. It worked exactly as expected. Giorno started walking. They can't stop me conventionally, so they'll escalate. Orbital bombardment, virus weapons, things I can't prevent. Then we evacuate. They'll track anyone who runs, use them to find me, and I won't leave thousands to die because I ran. Kell tugged his coat. What do we do? Giorno looked down at the boy, at Marla, at all the people in this sector who'd become his responsibility through nothing but proximity and choice. We prepare, he answered, and we hope the Imperium hesitates long enough for me to dismantle the systems, making escalation necessary. How? Marla demanded. You're one person against an entire institution spanning galaxies. I know. Giorno's calm returned absolute and unshakable. But institutions are made of people. People make choices. And choices can be changed. He didn't know if he believed that. But he'd built Passione's reformation on less promising foundations. And down here in this hell of rust and desperation, hope was the only weapon that hadn't failed yet, even if hope looked like preparing for orbital fire. Marla Venn had learned to recognize the difference between hope and delusion during her 3rd year running the clinic. Hope was fragile but actionable, the possibility of recovery if proper treatment arrived. Delusion was faith in miracles that wouldn't come, prayers answered by silence, belief that tomorrow would somehow differ from every yesterday before it. What was happening in Sump 219 didn't fit either category. The medical station had transformed over the past week. 16 patients had become 43. Recovery rates that should have been impossible were merely improbable. Water rations stretched through distribution methods Marla didn't question, because questioning meant discovering theft, and theft, from the Inquisition's lockdown, carried execution sentences. And through it all, Giorno moved like gravity, inevitable constant bending reality, to keep people alive who shouldn't survive. Marla was treating a child's infected wound when the screaming started. Not pain screaming, not fear screaming. The kind of screaming that came from seeing something that broke understanding, that forced the mind to recalibrate what constituted possible. She grabbed her medical bag and rushed outside. Kel was already there, standing frozen at the Hab unit's entrance. His expression carried that same hollowed shock she'd seen after his sister's death, the look of someone whose world had just rewritten itself without permission. "What?" Marla started. Then she saw it. The angel floated above the chapel of ash, perhaps 20 meters off the ground, surrounded by light that seemed to originate from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. Its form was humanoid, but wrong proportions, slightly skewed features too perfect to be human, but not inhuman enough to be obviously alien. Wings spread from its back, not feathered, not mechanical, just luminous extensions that suggested flight without requiring physics to explain it. And it was golden, brilliantly, impossibly golden. Like someone had taken every promise the choir had ever made and given it three-dimensional form. The congregation surrounded it, hundreds of them now, far more than the chapel's usual 40. They'd crawled out of hiding, emerged from whatever holes people occupied when life offered nothing but grinding survival. All staring upward, all weeping or praying or simply standing with expressions that suggested religious ecstasy had short-circuited rational thought. "The prophecy," someone whispered. "The angel has come." Marla's medical training kicked in before superstition could. She pulled a scanner from her bag, ancient tech barely functional, but good enough to detect basic energy signatures. Pointed it at the floating figure. The readings made no sense. Massive energy output, but wrong spectrum. Biological components mixed with something else, something that made her scanner's threat indicators scream warnings. And underneath it all, a signature her medical education recognized with ice-cold certainty. Warp contamination. "That's not an angel," she breathed. Kel grabbed her arm. "Then what is it?" Before she could answer, the thing spoke. Its voice resonated through the air like the Cantor Prime's Voxcaster, but smoother, more seductive, carrying harmonics that made Marla's teeth ache and her skin crawl. "Children of the depths, I have heard your prayers, your suffering, your desperate faith." The angel's arms spread in benediction. "I am the promise made manifest, the salvation you were promised, and I bring deliverance." The crowd's response was immediate crying, reaching upward, some collapsing to their knees in gratitude. Marla watched their faces transform from desperation to zealotry, in real time watched chemicals and conditioning and sheer human need for meaning overwhelm everything else. "Where is the stranger?" the angel asked. Its gaze swept the crowd. "The one who claims to protect you, who walks among you in false humility. Where is your other savior?" Other savior. The phrasing was deliberate, creating comparison, setting up conflict. Marla's mind raced. This thing knew about Giorno, was asking for him specifically, which meant this wasn't random miracle, it was targeted. A hand touched her shoulder. She spun, found Giorno standing behind her. His expression was analytical, studying the floating figure with the same focus he'd used on everything else that tried to kill him. "That's not what they think it is," he stated. "I know." Marla showed him her scanner readings. Warp signature, bioorganic components, energy output consistent with... She stopped, struggling to explain in terms that wouldn't sound like madness. "It's manufactured. Someone created this thing and sent it here." "The choir, Giorno concluded. "Seraphiel," This is their response to me disrupting operations. But why make it look like understanding crashed over her? They're framing you, making people think you're connected to this, to whatever horror they're about to unleash. The angel's gaze found Giorno, fixed on him with intensity that made the air between them shimmer. "There you are," it said. The crowd turned, following its attention. The golden stranger, the false prophet who claims to stand between these people and their suffering. Giorno stepped forward. Marla tried to grab him, pull him back, but he moved with that same inevitable certainty. "I'm not a prophet." Giorno addressed the floating thing directly. "And you're not an angel." "No." The angel's laugh was beautiful and wrong. "I descend from above. I offer salvation. I manifest in glory. What else would I be? A distraction, a manipulation, a tool being used to hurt people who've already suffered enough." Giorno's voice carried across the crowd. "Whatever's controlling you, whoever made you, they're using your existence to discredit me, to make people choose between fake divinity and real help." The angel tilted its head. "Such certainty, such pride. You claim to know truth while dismissing divine manifestation." It gestured toward the crowd. "Let them choose, between the one who walks in dust and struggle and the one who descends in light and power." The congregation murmured. Marla could see the calculation happening behind desperate eyes, which promised to believe. The stranger who'd kept them alive through impossible means, or the angel that matched every sermon the choir had ever preached. "Don't listen to it," Marla shouted. "That thing isn't divine, it's warp-touched. It's exactly what the choir uses to addict you, to control you. Just wearing different skin," but her voice was drowned out by the angel's response. "The medic speaks truth," it acknowledged. "I am touched by forces beyond your comprehension, but so is he." Its luminous hand pointed at Giorno. "You've seen his power? Watched him defy physics, nullify violence, keep the dying alive through means no human should possess. What force grants such capabilities, if not something beyond mortality?" The question hung in the toxic air. Marla saw doubt ripple through the crowd, saw people who'd trusted Giorno start to reconsider. Because the angel had a point, Giorno's abilities were inexplicable, impossible by any standard. And in a universe where warp corruption wore 1,000 masks, how could anyone be certain he wasn't just another flavor of the same poison? "I don't use the warp," Giorno stated. "My power isn't drawn from your gods or demon. Whatever entities exist in that space, it's mine, earned, intrinsic." "So you claimed," the angel replied. "But claims are wind. Proof is what matters. Shall we provide proof? Shall we demonstrate whose power truly serves these people's interests?" It raised its hands. The light surrounding it intensified, spreading outward, like dawn breaking over the underhive. Where the light touched, people gasped, cried out. Some collapsed, but not in pain and relief. Marla watched chronic injuries heal, watched withdrawal tremors cease, watched the desperate exhaustion that marked everyone down here lift like fog burning away. Miracle healing, mass scale, instant. Her scanner screamed, warp energy flooding the area, contamination spreading through the crowd like infection. But they didn't see contamination, they saw salvation, saw proof that divine intervention existed and cared about their suffering, saw exactly what the choir wanted them to see. "You heal through struggle," the angel addressed Giorno, "through medicine and effort and slow recovery that demands time you don't have. I heal through grace, instantly. completely, without cost. There's always cost, Giorno countered. You're not healing them. You're changing them, making them dependent, opening doors in their minds that shouldn't be opened. More accusations, more distrust. The angel's tone was sorrowful, disappointed. These people suffer, and you debate methodology while I provide relief. Who truly serves their interests? The crowd was listening, swaying. Marla could see the choice crystallizing continued struggle, with Giorno's difficult protection or instant relief from the angel's divine intervention. It wasn't even a choice. Not really. Not when exhaustion wore you down to nothing and hope felt like luxury you couldn't afford. Choose, the angel commanded. The golden stranger who keeps you alive but can't stop your pain. Or the messenger who offers actual deliverance. Choose now. Hands reached toward the angel. Dozens, then hundreds. The crowd surging forward, desperate for the light, for the healing, for anything that would make the suffering stop, even temporarily. Marla grabbed Kel, pulled him back from the surge. Watched people she'd treated, people Giorno had saved, choose the beautiful lie over the difficult truth. Giorno stood alone in the crowd's retreat, watching them go. His expression was unreadable. This was the plan, Marla realized. Get people to choose the angel, make you look like the threat, justify whatever the Inquisition does next because the population will support it. Yes, Giorno agreed quietly. So what do? We expose the lie. He started toward the angel. The crowd parted for him now, not from fear, but from rejection. They'd made their choice, and he wasn't it. The angel watched his approach with something like satisfaction. Come then, false prophet. Let us see whose power prevails when miracles collide. It raised its hands. The light surrounding it condensed into something solid, sharp, burning. Weapons made of pure warp energy screaming silently as they manifested. Giorno didn't slow, didn't hesitate, just walked forward with that same calm that had carried him through every confrontation. Gold Experience Requiem activated. Marla felt it this time, the pressure shift reality bending around Giorno like space warping near massive gravity. The angel attacked, hurling its warp light weapons with force that should have vaporized human flesh. None of them landed. Not deflected, not blocked, just didn't complete their purpose. The weapons existed, traveled their trajectories, reached their target, but the result they sought never manifested. The angel's expression shifted, confusion replacing confidence. What? It attacked again. Different angle, different weapon. Same result, failure to harm. You can't hurt me, Giorno stated. Can't threaten me. Can't use me as example. Everything you try will fail. Then, I'll hurt them. The angel's composure cracked. It turned toward the crowd, weapons reforming, aiming at the civilians who'd just chosen it over Giorno. And Giorno moved, not fast, not violently, just stepped between the angel and its targets, his presence alone creating barrier the warp entity couldn't cross. Every attack failed, every weapon dissipated. Every attempt to harm the crowd resulted in nothing but wasted energy. The angel screamed. Not beautiful anymore, not divine. Just frustrated rage, wearing light as disguise. You're protecting them, it spat. Even after they rejected you, even after they chose me, you're still protecting them. Yes, Giorno confirmed. Why? They don't deserve it, don't appreciate it. They'll turn on you the moment I offer better alternative. Because what they deserve isn't measured by gratitude. Giorno's tone remained level. They deserve protection because they're people. Because they're suffering. Because someone has to care even when they don't care about themselves. The angel stared at him, then started laughing. The sound was breaking glass and screaming wind and nails on metal. You're worse than threat, it managed between laughs. Your example. Your proof that systems we've built aren't necessary. That power doesn't have to corrupt. That caring doesn't have to be weakness. Its form started flickering, destabilizing. They'll kill you for that. The Inquisition, the choir, everyone who profits from cruelty. They'll destroy this entire sector to erase you. I know. And you'll stay anyway. Yes. The angel's laughter cut off. Then you're fool. Martyr waiting to happen. History won't remember you. These people won't thank you. You'll die for nothing. Giorno looked past the destabilizing entity at the crowd, at Marla and Kel, at all the people who'd chosen the easy lie over difficult truth. Maybe, he acknowledged. But I'll die having tried. That's more than this place usually offers. The angel collapsed. Not physically, it wasn't physical to begin with, but structurally. The warp energy sustaining it dissipated, revealing what lay underneath a cultist, heavily augmented, barely human wired into machinery that projected the angelic illusion. The person was dead. Had been dead, Marla realized with horror. Just animated corpse serving as projection screen for the choir's theater. The crowd screamed, recoiled, saw the trick that had been played on them. And somewhere in the chapel of Ash Cantor Prime, Seraphiel watched his plan fracture. The angel had failed to discredit Giorno, had instead demonstrated exactly why he was dangerous, because he wouldn't use the crowd's rejection as excuse to stop protecting them. Which meant escalation required new approach. Marla's Vox unit crackled. Emergency broadcast, Inquisitorial Authority. Attention Sector 219, heretical manifestation confirmed. Warp corruption detected. Purge protocol authorized. Evacuate immediately. Repeat purge protocol authorized. Fire teams deploying in 30 minutes. Emperor, protect the faithful. All others burn. 30 minutes until the Inquisition stopped trying to contain the situation and started sterilizing it. Marla looked at Giorno. Can you stop that? Can your power prevent an entire purge? He met her gaze, and for the first time since arriving, she saw doubt flicker across his features. I don't know, he admitted. I've never tried to protect 10,000 people from systematic execution. Then we evacuate, where they'll track anyone who runs. Use them to find me later. And I won't leave the ones who can't run fast enough. Kel grabbed both their arms. Then we fight, all of us. Every person who wants to live. We fight. Marla stared at the boy, thought about what fighting meant. Thought about civilians with improvised weapons facing inquisitorial kill teams with military-grade firepower. Thought about how quickly fighting would become dying. But looking around at the crowd, at people who'd just seen through the choir's deception, who'd watched Giorno protect them even after they'd chosen badly, she saw something new in their expressions. Not hope, not faith, but determination. The kind that came from having nothing left to lose. 30 minutes, she repeated. What do we do? Giorno looked up toward the distant ceiling where countless levels above the Inquisition prepared judgment. We prepare, he answered. And we hope that when violence comes, I can do what I've never done before. Which is Taj, Stop it. All of it at once. The purge clock started ticking. And in Sump 219, hope transformed into desperate preparation for the fire that was coming down. Giorno had faced death 14 times before turning 16. Twice from assassins, 7 times from enemy stand users, 5 times from his own choices, putting him in positions where survival required miracles. He'd learned to calculate odds with the cold precision of someone who understood that bravery and stupidity differed only in outcome. Standing in Sump 219, with purge countdown ticking toward 0, calculating odds that didn't favor survival, Giorno recognized the difference. This was stupidity masquerading as principle. Gold Experience Requiem could protect him, could ensure that whatever violence the Inquisition unleashed, he would remain untouched. Bullets wouldn't find him. Fire wouldn't burn him. Even orbital bombardment would fail to produce the result it sought: his death, because GER rejected results before they manifested. But 10,000 civilians, that was scale beyond anything he'd tested. GER operated on causality chains. Action leading to consequence, consequence leading to result. Preventing one person's death meant severing one chain. Preventing mass execution meant severing thousands, simultaneously maintaining that severance across sustained assault, keeping reality bent against its natural flow for however long violence lasted. He didn't know if GER could manage that. Didn't know if trying would shatter something fundamental in how his ability functioned. Didn't know if failure would mean watching people die because he'd promised protection he couldn't deliver. But staying to find out still felt more acceptable than running. 23 minutes, Kell reported from his position at the sector's edge. The boy had taken to scouting with the efficiency of someone who'd spent his life reading danger before it arrived. Fire teams assembling at 3 entry points, heavy flamers, melta weapons. They're not planning arrests. Casualties? Marla asked. Marla. She was organizing evacuation routes with the desperate efficiency of someone who knew most wouldn't make it, but tried anyway. Already starting. Checkpoint guards shot anyone who tried to leave. 7 dead, 15 wounded. Kell's voice was flat, reporting facts because feeling them would break something. They're not letting anyone out. Then we go down, someone suggested. Deeper into the underhive, into sections where even the Imperium didn't maintain presence. They'll collapse the access tunnels, another voice countered. Bury us alive rather than let us escape. The crowd that had gathered around Marla's clinic was perhaps 200 strong. Not fighters, not soldiers. Just people who'd survived this long through luck and desperation, now facing execution for the crime of proximity to someone the Inquisition classified as threat. They were looking at Giorno, waiting for the miracle worker to provide another miracle. He could feel GER's presence constant and ready, could sense causality chains spreading outward from this moment. Violence approaching death, seeking purchase systems designed to crush resistance grinding toward their targets. Could feel every chain he'd need to sever to keep them alive. It would be like holding back ocean with cupped hands. I need to go to the chapel, Giorno stated. The announcement created confused silence. Marla broke it. The choir's chapel now. The Inquisition is about to purge the entire sector, and you want to visit the cultists who just tried to frame you. They have people, Giorno explained. Sacrifices. Children taken for rituals. If the purge comes, those prisoners die first. The choir will kill them to prevent rescue, or use them as shields. Either way, they die unless someone gets them out. So you're choosing them over everyone here. Accusation bled through the question. I'm choosing to save who I can before trying to save everyone. Giorno met her gaze. The ritual victims can't run, can't fight, can't do anything but wait for someone to care enough to free them. Everyone here has choices, bad choices, but choices. Those children don't. The crowd murmured, some understanding, some condemning him for abandoning them, some simply terrified that their best chance at survival was walking away toward different crisis. How long? Marla demanded. 15 minutes, maybe less if I'm fast. The purge starts in 23. I know. You're cutting it close if you're not back before fire teams arrive. Then you evacuate without me. Use the drainage tunnels. Collapse them behind you if necessary. Get as many people as far from here as possible. Giorno was already moving that economical urgency he used when time compressed into impossible constraints. I'll catch up. And if you don't? He didn't answer. Didn't need to. They both understood what failure meant. Kel fell into step beside him. I'm coming. No. I know the chapel, know the layout. You'll waste time finding the ritual chamber. The boy's logic was sound and infuriating. You need me. Giorno wanted to argue, wanted to order Kel to stay somewhere safe, as if safety existed in condemned sectors. But the boy was right. Time was resource he couldn't waste on principled objections. Stay behind me. Run if I tell you. Don't try to fight. Kel nodded. They ran. The underhive's twisted corridors blurred past. Giorno's enhanced awareness, sharpened by years of stand battles, where microseconds meant survival, mapped optimal paths through the industrial wreckage. Here collapsed Hab unit providing cover, their shortcut through maintenance shaft. Everywhere evidence of lives lived in margins too narrow for dignity. The Chapel of Ash appeared ahead, quieter than before. The angelic deception had drawn most cultists away, leaving the building defended, but not heavily. 6 guards at the entrance, armed with stubbers and improvised melee weapons, drugged or conditioned enough that retreat wasn't in their vocabulary. Giorno didn't slow, just walked straight toward them with that same calm that had preceded every confrontation. Stop, one guard commanded. Chapel's closed. Cantor primes orders. I'm going in, Giorno stated. Move or be moved. 3 guns rose, fingers tightened on triggers. Same scenario as the checkpoint, same futile attempt to enforce will through violence that didn't work on him. Gunfire erupted. Giorno walked through it like fog bullets traveling their trajectories, but never completing their purpose. He reached the first guard, removed the stubber from unresisting hands with gentle firmness, set it aside. Moved to the second. Third. By the 6th, they'd stopped trying to shoot and started backing away. The ritual chamber, Giorno addressed them. Where is it? None answered. Loyalty or fear or drugs keeping them silent. Kel slipped past, moving with street runner's instinct through the chapel's shadows. This way. Basement level. They moved the rituals underground after you disrupted things topside. They descended. The chapel's atmosphere thickened as they went deeper, air growing heavy with incense that carried chemical undertones and something worse. Warp contamination. Not as strong as the angel's signature, but present, accumulating like toxin in stagnant water. The ritual chamber sprawled beneath the chapel's foundation. Vast space carved from rock walls decorated with symbols Giorno's instincts recognized as dangerous, even without understanding their meaning. Candles provided light. Chanting provided soundtrack. And in the chamber's center, surrounding a stone altar slick with old blood, stood the golden choir's inner circle. Seraphiel presided at the altar. His mask gleamed in candlelight, his voxcaster humming with frequencies that made reality feel thin. Around him, 12 acolytes maintained the chant low rhythmic building toward crescendo. And on the altar, children, 7 of them, bound, drugged, too young to understand what was happening, but old enough to be terrified. Giorno's calm fractured, just for a moment. Just long enough for rage to surface before discipline locked it down. "Stop," he commanded. The chanting faltered. Seraphiel turned his masked face, somehow conveying surprise despite hiding his features. "The angel returns," the Cantor Prime observed. His voxcaster added harmonics that suggested amusement. "Come to save the innocent. How predictable. How perfectly heroic. Let them go. Or what you'll demonstrate your power again. Show us how violence fails against your impossible defense." Seraphiel gestured at the children. "But you can't protect and attack simultaneously. Can't save them while fighting us. And we have 15 minutes before the Inquisition burns everything. Shall we see if your protection extends through flames hot enough to melt stone?" Giorno assessed the situation with tactical precision honed through battles where hesitation meant death. 12 cultists, 7 children. Ritual already in progress, warp energy building like pressure before explosion. GER could protect him. Could probably protect the children if he focused entirely on severing harm directed at them. But stopping the ritual while maintaining that protection, while fighting cultists who'd choose martyrdom over surrender. Variables stacked beyond comfortable margins. "I don't need to fight you," Giorno stated. "I just need to interrupt the ritual." He stepped forward. The cultists moved to intercept, but their attacks met the same wall. Everything else had GER's absolute rejection of harmful results. Blades stabbed air, hands grasped nothing. Drugs meant to incapacitate failed to affect biology that refused consequence. Giorno reached the altar, touched the first child girl, maybe 8 years old, semi-conscious from whatever they'd been given. GER flowed into that contact, severing the causality chain, connecting ritual to sacrifice. The warp energy building toward her use dissipated, seeking other outlets. Seraphiel screamed, not in pain, in frustration. "You're breaking it. Breaking the convergence? Do you understand what you're doing?" "Saving them," Giorno replied. Already moving to the second child. Third. Each contact disrupting the ritual's architecture, each severance weakening the warp structure the choir had spent weeks constructing. They were willing sacrifices. Seraphiel's composure shattered completely. Chosen to ascend, to become part of something greater than their suffering. "You're condemning them to continued existence in hell." "They're children," Giorno countered. "They don't get to choose martyrdom. They get to live." He freed the 4th child. 5th, the ritual structure was collapsing now. Warp energy spilling out in uncontrolled discharge. Candles guttered. The chanting cultists stumbled, their synchronized rhythm broken by the failure of their central purpose. 6th child, 7th. Giorno lifted the last one boy, youngest of the group, barely conscious. Turned to Kel. "Get them out. Drainage tunnel route. Don't stop until you're 3 levels down." "What about you?" "I'll delay pursuit." "The purge starts in 12 minutes. I know. Go." Kel wanted to argue. Giorno could see it in his expression. But the boy was smart enough to recognize when argument wasted time they didn't have. He gathered the children, those conscious enough to walk, carrying those too drugged to move, and ran. Seraphiel watched them flee. then looked at Giorno with expression that might have been respect under different circumstances. "You could have run," the Cantor Prime observed. "Could have saved yourself. Instead, you waste time on children who will probably die anyway when the Inquisition's fire comes." Why? Because choosing who deserves saving based on probability is how systems like yours justify atrocity. Giorno moved toward the exit, keeping himself between Seraphiel and the children's escape route. "You measure value by utility. I measure it by existence. They exist. Therefore, they deserve protection." Such noble principle, such useless philosophy. Seraphiel's voxcaster clicked rapidly. "The Inquisition will burn them. Burn everyone. Your protection only extends so far. Eventually, scale defeats even miracles." "Maybe," Giorno acknowledged. "But I'd rather fail trying than succeed at leaving them to die." He left Seraphiel standing in the collapsed ritual chamber. Ran back toward the clinic, toward the crowd still waiting for protection he might not be able to provide, toward the choice he'd already made: stay and try, even knowing trying might not be enough. 9 minutes until purge. Giorno ran faster. Above in the observation deck, Inquisitor Vereen watched the tactical display. Saw the target moving back toward the civilian concentration. Saw the opportunity crystallizing. "All teams," she commanded. "Target has exposed himself. Subject is returning to defend civilian population. Maintain perimeter. Wait for his arrival. Then execute Protocol Omega." Helix looked up sharply. "Omega. That's simultaneous assault from all vectors," Vereen confirmed. "Overwhelming force applied across entire defensive radius. We're going to test the limits of his protection. Find out if he can truly save everyone, or if scale eventually defeats even his impossible power. And if he can, then we escalate to orbital solutions." Vereen's expression was carved from ice. "But I suspect we'll find his limits first. Everyone breaks interrogator, even miracles." She activated the purge countdown. 9 minutes became 8. 8 became 7. And in Sump 219, Giorno ran toward the people he'd promised to protect, knowing that promise might be one he couldn't keep. But keeping promises had never been about certainty. Only about trying when trying mattered most. The purge clock kept counting down. The fire teams hit 3 minutes early. Vereen had authorized acceleration once tactical sensors confirmed target position, surrounded by civilians, defending static location, locked into protecting people who couldn't evacuate fast enough. Perfect kill box scenario. Except the target wasn't something you killed conventionally. Vereen watched from the observation deck as flamers ignited. Watched Promethium bloom into inferno across 12 approach vectors simultaneously. Watched Protocol Omega deploy exactly as designed, overwhelming force from all directions, eliminating escape routes, applying pressure too distributed to defend against. Watched it fail. The flames reached their targets, HAB units, barricades. Civilians huddled behind improvised cover and simply stopped burning. Not extinguished, not blocked. The chemical reaction continued, fuel oxidizing into heat and light, exactly as physics demanded. But the result, combustion destroying flesh flames, consuming material death spreading through confined spaces, that result never manifested. Impossible. Savant Cross breathed. His augmetic eyes recorded everything, scanners screaming contradictory data. Energy transfer occurring normally, temperature elevation confirmed, but consequence propagation terminating before tissue damage initiates. Causality severed at result threshold. "How many can he protect?" Vereen demanded. "Current defensive radius covers approximately 800 targets. Fire assault neutralized across all vectors. 0 casualties despite, Cross adjusted his scanners, despite sufficient thermal output to vaporize unprotected humans 3 times over. 800. Not 10,000, but far more than any single psyker should manage. And Giorno wasn't even present at most impact zones. His protection extended through space, maintaining defensive fields around people he couldn't see. "He's spreading himself thin," Holix observed from his position. The interrogator's data slate showed tactical overlay, Giorno's location at the medical station, protective zones radiating outward like ripples. Look at the coverage distribution. Weakest protection at the edges. Some civilians taking minor burns where fields don't fully overlap. Vereen saw it too. The target was attempting the impossible and almost succeeding, but almost wasn't perfect. Cracks existed in his defense, vulnerabilities where scale exceeded capability. "Intensify assault at weak points," she commanded. "Concentrate fire where protection thins. Find his breaking point." The kill teams adjusted, redirected flamers toward the defensive periphery, poured promethium into zones where Giorno's protection showed strain. More people burned. Not many, maybe 20 across the entire sector. But the number was rising, gaps in his coverage widening as he struggled to maintain impossible defense across impossible area. "He's failing," Vereen stated with cold satisfaction. "Maintain pressure. Break him." Giorno felt every gap like knife cuts. Gold experience. Requiem operated on causality chains, action leading to consequence, consequence to result. Each chain he severed, each bullet redirected each flame, nullified each death prevented, required focus. Concentration. Will maintaining the rejection of outcomes he couldn't accept. 1 chain was easy, 10 manageable, 100 challenging. 800 was like conducting symphony while drowning, keeping every instrument playing while water filled his lungs. And they kept adding more. He stood at the medical station's center, eyes closed, awareness spread across the sector like net stretched too thin. Could feel each person under his protection, could sense attacks seeking them, could identify causality chains requiring severance, could feel himself starting to tear. "North perimeter." Marla's voice cut through his concentration. "People burning your protections, not reaching them." Giorno redirected focus. Extended coverage north. Severed the chains leading to those deaths. But extending north meant weakening south, and immediately flames found openings in that direction. He was playing tactical impossibility. Couldn't be everywhere. Couldn't protect everyone. Could only maintain fragile balance that grew more fragile with each second. "They're testing your limits," Kell observed from beside him. The boy had returned after evacuating the ritual victims, refused to leave, despite Giorno's orders. "Finding where you're weak, pushing there." Giorno knew, could feel the Inquisition's systematic assault, their methodical search for breaking points. They were right, everyone broke eventually. Question was whether his breaking meant civilians died or just meant he couldn't save all of them. Not acceptable either way. He opened his eyes, looked at Marla. The ritual victims. We're safe, 3 levels down. Kell got them too. They need to stay safe. Giorno's voice was strained. Maintaining this much causality manipulation while speaking required effort. Whatever happens here, they stay safe. Whatever happens, what are you? Gold experience requiem surged. Giorno had been using it defensively, reactively, severing attacks as they came. But GER's true nature wasn't defensive. It was absolute. It didn't block actions, it rejected results. Didn't prevent attacks, it ensured they never achieved purpose. And if he stopped thinking small scale, stopped trying to protect each person individually, started thinking about the fundamental result the Inquisition sought, he reached deeper into GER's capability than he'd ever attempted. Not severing individual chains, severing the entire causal architecture connecting purge to death, meant rejecting not specific attacks, but the systemic outcome those attacks sought. Reality bent. Virene felt it from the observation deck. Felt physics itself protest as something imposed new rules over existing framework. Her tactical displays flickered sensor readings, spiking into incoherent ranges. "What's happening?" she demanded. Cross's augmetic components whirred frantically. Massive causality disruption. I don't know how to categorize this. He's not blocking attacks. He's preventing the entire operation from achieving purpose. Making purge succeeds into result that cannot exist. Impossible. Observably occurring. Cross gestured at his screens. Fire teams report weapons functioning normally. Flamers igniting. Melta charges detonating, but 0 casualties. 0 structural damage to protected zones. 0 progress toward operation objectives. Cause exists. Effect terminates before result. Virene watched the tactical display, watched her teams pour firepower into the sector, watched it accomplish nothing but wasting ammunition and promethium. "Fall back," she ordered. "Regroup, reassess. Inquisitor, we have sufficient resources to maintain. Maintain what? Burning fuel for no result, wasting assets, testing defenses we can't penetrate." Virene's jaw tightened. He's not defending specific targets anymore. He's defending the concept of them surviving. We can't kill what he's decided won't die. Helix looked up from his data slate. "Then we've lost." "No, we've confirmed threat level." Virene activated her Vox channel, switching to encrypted inquisitorial frequency. "This is Inquisitor Virene Clearance Obsidian 7. Request immediate escalation to orbital asset deployment. Target demonstrates Omega-level reality manipulation. Recommend cyclonic torpedo strike authorization." The response came after 5 seconds that felt like hours. "Authorization pending. Maintain containment. Stand by." Virene closed the channel, looked at Helix. "We haven't lost. We've just identified that local resources are insufficient. When the fleet approves orbital strike, his protection won't matter. Can't reject results he doesn't know are coming. Can't sever causality chains across planetary distances." "You're going to destroy the entire hive spire," Helix stated, flatly, without inflection. "Kill millions to eliminate one target. To eliminate an existential threat that can override physical law through will alone." Virene met his gaze. "Yes. And I'll do it without hesitation if Fleet Command approves." Below in Sump 219, Giorno felt the attack cease, felt the pressure relent. For a moment thought maybe they'd given up. Realized the futility of fighting someone who could simply decide violence wouldn't work. Then he felt something else. Larger causality chains, forming above beyond normal perception range. Massive destructive potential gathering in orbit, waiting for authorization to fall. They weren't giving up, just changing tactics. Escalating to scale even GER might not counter. He released his hold on the sector-wide protection. Let it contract back to manageable radius around immediate area. The strain eased immediately. Conducting symphony was easier when you only needed to maintain melody instead of full orchestration. Marla was staring at him. "You stopped them. The purge. You actually stopped it." "Delayed it," Giorno corrected. "They're regrouping. Probably calling for bigger weapons." "How much bigger?" "Orbital." The word fell like stone into water, ripples of understanding spreading through everyone close enough to hear. "Then we evacuate," someone said. "Run deep enough the orbital strikes can't reach." "They'll seal the tunnels," another voice countered. "Trap us down there. Bury us under rubble." Arguments erupted. Panic bleeding through fragile composure. Giorno let them talk, let them vent fear, because they'd earned the right to be terrified. He'd bought them time, but not salvation. Delayed death, but not prevented it. Kell tugged his coat. The ritual chamber. Before Seraphiel mentioned convergence. Something the choir was building. Something you interrupted. Giorno focused on the boy. "What about it? If they were trying to open something portal door whatever, and you broke it." Kell's street-smart eyes carried calculation. "Where did that energy go? Warp stuff doesn't just disappear." Memory surfaced the ritual's collapse, warp energy spilling out uncontrolled seeking outlets because the structure channeling it had failed. "It's still there," Giorno realized. "Building pressure, looking for release. And if it releases wrong, it could tear reality open, create exactly the kind of warp incursion the Inquisition fears." The pieces assembled themselves into horrifying clarity, which gives them actual justification for orbital strike. Not just eliminating me, preventing demon manifestation. Marla grabbed his arm. "Can you stop it? Close whatever's opening." "I don't know. GER prevents results. But if the result is warp breach occurs," he trailed off. GER had never been tested against warp phenomena. Didn't know if causality manipulation worked on forces that existed outside normal causality. "We need to try," Kell insisted. "Because if that thing opens, and demons come through the Inquisition, we'll definitely sterilize this entire region. No hesitation, no mercy. Everyone dies." The boy was right. Giorno had created this problem by disrupting the ritual without containing the energy it released. Had bought immediate lives at the cost of building toward larger catastrophe. Classic gangstar mistake, solving the visible crisis without seeing the systemic consequence. "Where's the breach forming?" Giorno asked. Kell pointed toward the Chapel of Ash. "Started there. But warp energy spreads. Could be manifesting anywhere the veil's thin." Giorno stood, started toward the chapel. Marla blocked his path. "You just barely survived defending against conventional assault," she argued. "You're exhausted, stretched past limits, and now you want to fight warp corruption." "I want to close what I opened." Giorno's voice was steady despite the exhaustion she'd correctly identified. "Want to prevent the justification they need for orbital bombardment. Want to save everyone, not just delay their deaths." "You can't save everyone. That's not how this works. Not how anything works." "I know." He moved past her. "But I can try." The Chapel of Ash loomed ahead. The building was dark now, cultists scattered or dead or fled. But underneath the structural silence, Giorno felt something else. A pressure that made reality feel thin. A presence pushing against the boundary between material space and whatever lay beyond. The warp breach. Growing. Seeking manifestation. He descended to the ritual chamber. The space had changed since his departure. The failed ritual's architecture still remained stone altar symbolic arrangements. Candles burned to stubs, but now everything was coated in substance that looked like frost. Except it moved, shifted, reached. Warp corruption. Physical manifestation of immaterial force. At the chamber's center, where the altar stood, reality was tearing. literally tearing like fabric strained past tolerance. Through the tear, Giorno saw something that made his stand battle experience feel inadequate. Shapes that hurt to perceive, colors that didn't exist in normal spectrum, movement that suggested hunger and intelligence and malice. Demons, not manifested yet, still pressing against the veil. But the breach was widening. Gold Experience Requiem activated. Giorno reached toward the tear. Not physically, EER operated beyond physical contact, but conceptually. Reaching toward the causality chain, connecting ritual failed to warp breach opens, and severed it. The tear stopped growing. The demons beyond shrieked soundlessly, their manifestation prevented. GER rejected the result they sought, entry into material reality, and without result their efforts meant nothing. But the energy was still there. Still seeking outlet. Couldn't be destroyed, only redirected. Giorno made decision that would haunt him later. Redirected the warp energy into himself. Let GER filter it, process it, convert immaterial force into something that could be contained within material vessel. The pain was immediate and absolute. Warp energy wasn't meant for human bodies, wasn't meant for reality. Touching it was like touching fire that burned soul instead of flesh. Giorno felt corruption, seeking purchase, felt whispers, offering power, if he'd just accept their influence. Felt GER reject every whisper before they could tempt. Return to zero meant nothing reached conclusion. Not attacks, not corruption, not even seduction from forces that existed beyond normal causality. The warp energy flowed into him, was processed, was neutralized. The breach closed. Reality sealed itself. The tear mended like wound, healing in accelerated time. Giorno collapsed. Above in orbit, Fleet Command reviewed Varine's request for orbital strike authorization, reviewed the data, reviewed the threat assessment, and hesitated. Because somewhere between the request transmission and the authorization response, the justification for planet-killing weapons had evaporated. The warp signature had vanished. The breach had closed. The existential threat had been what resolved contained. Request denied pending further investigation, came the response. Maintain surveillance. Report changes. Varine stared at her Vox unit. What just happened? Cross was frantically reviewing sensor data. The warp breach. It's gone. Not suppressed. Not contained. Eliminated. He the target, he closed it. How? Unknown. But warp signature has returned to background levels. No demon presence detected. No immaterial intrusion. Whatever threat existed has been neutralized. Varine sat down. First time in 20 years of service, she'd felt genuine uncertainty. The target had stopped her purge, closed a warp breach, protected thousands while preventing demonic incursion, had done everything a loyal servant of the Emperor should do, while defying every protocol that made the Imperium function. What do we do with him? Hallex asked quietly. Varine had no answer. Below in the ritual chamber, Giorno opened his eyes to find Kel and Marla staring down at him. You closed it, Marla whispered. The breach, it's gone. For now, Giorno managed. Every muscle hurt. Processing warp energy had cost something he couldn't quite measure yet. Might not stay closed. But you tried. Kel's voice carried something like wonder. You actually tried. And it worked. Giorno sat up slowly, looked around the sealed chamber, at reality restored, at catastrophe prevented, at the temporary victory that would change nothing about the Imperium's fundamental hostility to his existence. We should go, he stated, before they decide to purge anyway. They helped him stand, walked him out of the chapel, back toward the sector where survivors gathered still alive, despite everything the Inquisition had thrown at them. Still alive because someone had decided their deaths were results he wouldn't accept. The purge had failed. The ritual was stopped. And somewhere in orbit, an Inquisitor tried to write reports explaining how one impossible person had saved thousands while breaking every rule that supposedly kept humanity safe. No one would believe them. But they'd survived anyway. For now, that was enough. Interrogator Helix Rowe had followed 17 orders he disagreed with during his 15 years of service. Each one filed under operational necessity, cataloged as acceptable cost, compartmentalized into mental folders marked "Duty requires hard choices." He'd learned to live with those folders, those compromises, those moments when following orders meant silencing conscience. The 18th order broke something that couldn't be filed away. "Purge protocol resumes in 30 minutes, Vereen announced from the observation deck. Her tone was flat administrative, delivering information rather than expressing intent. Fleet Command denied orbital authorization. Local containment remains our responsibility. We proceed with modified parameters. Helix looked up from his data slate. Modified how? The target demonstrated ability to prevent mass casualties through sector-wide protection. But that protection requires his presence, his focus, his active intervention. Vereen pulled up tactical overlay, showing SUMP 219's layout. We create multiple crisis points, force him to choose, maintain pressure until he either fails or reveals limits we can exploit. Multiple crisis points, Helix repeated. The phrasing was deliberately clinical, stripped of what it actually meant. Civilian casualties. Acceptable if they achieve operational objectives. The target values human life. We use that value as weapon. Apply pressure until he breaks or withdraws. Vereen zoomed the overlay to specific locations. Fire teams deployed to 3 zones simultaneously. Residential blocks with maximum population density. He can't protect all of them at once. Something gives. Helix stared at the marked locations. HAB units packed with families. Medical stations treating wounded from the last assault. Shelters where children huddled with elderly and infirm. Places the target would prioritize because that's what people like him did. Protected the most vulnerable, even when protecting them was tactically unsound. This is using civilians as bait, Helix stated. This is applying calculated pressure to force behavioral response from hostile entity. Vereen's correction was immediate. Professional. The kind that turned atrocity into policy through precise language. The target inserted himself into civilian population, made their welfare his tactical priority. That priority becomes exploitable weakness. They're not combatants, not heretics, not threats. They're just people trying to survive in conditions we created when we locked down their sector. They're variables in threat assessment equation. Vereen turned from the tactical display. Your concern is noted, interrogator, but operational command requires execution regardless of moral comfort. Prepare fire teams for deployment. And if the target saves them again, if his protection holds, then we escalate further. Increase casualties until protection fails, or he exhausts himself maintaining it. Everyone has limits. We find his. Helix had heard this logic before, had applied it himself during interrogations, during tactical assessments, during operations where desired outcomes required acceptable losses. But standing in the observation deck watching Vereen plot systematic murder of civilians to break one person's will The logic fractured. Permission to speak freely. Inquisitor. Vereen nodded. This crosses lines. Hallex chose words carefully, using non-combatants as tactical leverage, deliberately targeting civilians to manipulate enemy response. These are methodologies we condemn in Heretics and Xenos. If we adopt them ourselves, then we demonstrate pragmatism over principle. Vereen interrupted. The Imperium survives through adaptability, through willingness to use any tool, any method, any sacrifice that achieves security objectives. Your discomfort is irrelevant measured against existential threat containment. But he's not threatening. His existence threatens. His capabilities threaten. His ideology threatens. Vereen's patience was wearing thin. He demonstrated reality manipulation at scale, closed warp breach through unknown means, protected thousands from purge designed to kill them. These achievements make him weapon we can't control, becomes weapon someone else will use against us. Or weapon that helps people. The statement emerged before Hallex could stop it, hung in the air between them like confession. Vereen studied him with uncomfortable intensity. You're sympathizing with the target, with his methods, with the ideology that makes him threat. I'm questioning if threat assessment accounts for his actual behavior versus theoretical capability. He's helped civilians, stopped exploitation, prevented demonic incursion, actions align with Imperial values even if methods don't fit protocols. Imperial values require obedience, hierarchy, submission to authority that knows better than individuals what serves collective good. Vereen moved closer. The target rejects those fundamentals, makes individual judgment superior to institutional doctrine. That rejection, no matter how benevolent its application, undermines everything keeping humanity from extinction. Maybe what's keeping humanity from extinction needs undermining. The words escaped before Hallex could compartmentalize them, before duty could silence doubt, before 15 years of conditioning could suppress the question that had grown louder with each compromised order. What if we're wrong? Vereen's expression shifted, no longer irritated, now concerned, evaluating threat. You're relieved from active duty pending psychological assessment, she stated. Report to quarters. Remain there until evaluation team arrives. Inquisitor. That wasn't request interrogator. You've demonstrated ideological compromise, questioned operational necessity, expressed sympathy toward hostile entity. These indicators require investigation before you're permitted continued service. Translation. Hallex had become variable, requiring containment. Potential infection spreading from target's influence. Problem to be isolated and corrected, or purged if correction failed. He saluted, turned to leave, stopped at the threshold. The target has name, Hallex said quietly. Giorno Giovanna. He's person not variable, and people deserve consideration beyond tactical utility. People are resources, interrogator, like ammunition, like fuel, expended when necessary to achieve objectives. Vereen had already returned to her tactical display. Dismissed. Hallex walked through the corridors toward assigned quarters. Past crew members who averted gazes, word traveled fast on warships. Failed interrogator. Compromised loyalty. Sympathy toward enemy. Each label another nail in professional coffin. He didn't care. 15 years of compartmentalizing had created pressure. This final order, using civilians as weapons against someone trying to protect them, had exceeded containment capacity. The folders were opening. all 17 previous compromises spilling out, demanding reconsideration. Had they been necessary, or had necessity been excuse for convenience, for maintaining systems that worked well enough that questioning them felt dangerous? Helix reached his quarters, locked the door, sat on the regulation bunk and stared at his data slate containing 15 years of operational reports. 15 years of acceptable costs and necessary evils and hard choices that got easier with repetition. 15 years of following orders that led here, plotting civilian casualties to break someone whose crime was caring too much. His Vox unit activated. Varine's voice, "Fire teams deploying. Modified purge protocol commencing in 10 minutes. 10 minutes until atrocity masked as tactics. Helix made decision that would end his career and possibly his life. He unlocked his quarters, moved through the ship with purposeful stride that suggested authorized activity, reached the hangar bay where auxiliary transports waited, requisitioned a Valkyrie sighting intelligence gathering mission to crew members who knew better than questioning interrogators. The transport launched before anyone thought to verify his authorization. Below in Sump 219, Giorno felt the attacks resume. Different this time. Not concentrated assault seeking overwhelming force. Distributed harassment across multiple locations. Fire teams hitting residential blocks, simultaneously forcing him to split protection to choose priorities. Tactical sophistication that recognized his limits and exploited them. North Hab Block under assault, Kell reported from his scout position. Heavy flamers, at least 50 civilians trapped inside. South Medical Station taking fire, another runner called. Marla's emergency clinic. Direct hit on primary shelter. West Junction, East Barricade. Reports cascaded faster than responses. Giorno extended protection toward North Felt, South coverage weaken. Reinforced South gaps, opened West. Pushed West, East exposure increased. He was conducting symphony again, but this time the musicians were dying when his attention slipped. "I can't cover everywhere," Giorno admitted. The words tasted like failure. "Need to consolidate. Bring everyone to central location. One defensive perimeter instead of scattered." Explosion cut him off. Melta charge detonating in western sector. Structural collapse. Screaming. Giorno's awareness snapped west. Severed causality chains leading to deaths. Caught most of them. Not all. 3 people dead before protection activated. 5 wounded. Numbers that would have been dozens without intervention. Numbers that shouldn't exist at all. "They're forcing you to choose," Marla observed. She'd relocated her clinic to the central station after the South attack. "Creating more crises than you can manage. Breaking you through exhaustion and impossible decisions." "I know their tactic." Giorno's voice was strained. Maintaining sector-wide protection during distributed assault required constant recalibration. Doesn't change necessity of responding. Then you'll die. Burn yourself out protecting everyone until you can't protect anyone. Better than choosing who deserves protection based on tactical efficiency. A Valkyrie descended through the Underhive's industrial superstructure, unexpected, unannounced. The transport touched down in the central sector's makeshift landing zone, with urgency suggesting emergency rather than assault. The hatch opened. Helix emerged carrying data slate and sidearm, wearing inquisitorial colors that now marked him as either salvation or threat. Giorno tensed. Gold experience requiem prepared to sever whatever attack this represented. "Stand down," Helix called, hands raised. Universal gesture of non-hostility. "I'm not here to fight. I'm here to help." "Help how?" Suspicion bled through the question. "By giving you what you need to survive the next hour." Helix approached carefully. stopped at distance that felt respectful rather than threatening. Virene's deploying modified purge, multiple simultaneous assaults designed to overwhelm your defensive capacity. Fire teams hitting 6 locations every 3 minutes, escalating until you fail. I know. I'm experiencing it. But you don't know the full deployment. Where they'll strike next. How many teams? What weapons? Hallex extended his data slate. I do. I have complete tactical overlay. Every planned assault for next 4 hours. Every fire team position. Every supply cache they're drawing from. Giorno studied the interrogator. Saw genuine offer in his expression. Also saw cost this man was betraying everything his service demanded, sacrificing career and probably life to provide intelligence to someone his institution classified as enemy. Why? Giorno asked. Because orders I disagree with became orders I can't follow. Halex's voice carried weight of decision already made. Because using civilians as tactical leverage crosses lines I won't cross. Because watching you protect people who rejected you, save enemies who wanted your failure, close warp breach. While Inquisition planned your execution that demonstrated something my 15 years of service forgot. Which is that caring isn't weakness. That protecting people matters more than protocols. That maybe the Imperium's methods aren't only way to serve humanity's survival. The data slate hung between them. Information that would shift tactical balance. Intelligence that could save hundreds, maybe thousands, if used correctly. Intelligence acquired through betrayal of institutional loyalty. Giorno took it. Studied the deployment plans, saw the pattern Virene had designed, systematic escalation, forcing impossible choices until something broke. Saw the weakness in that pattern, to predictability. If he knew where attacks would come, could position protection preemptively, maintain coverage without reactive scrambling. This changes everything, Giorno stated. It also makes me traitor, Hallex acknowledged. Virene will execute me if I return. Inquisition will hunt me across sectors if I flee. I'm dead either way. Not necessarily. Giorno looked up from the data slate. You helped save civilians from purge designed to kill them. That's worth protecting. You'd protect me after I participated in planning the assault, after I helped create the situation requiring your intervention. You're changing your choices, making better decisions than before. That's worth supporting. Giorno handed the data slate to Marla. Use this. Coordinate evacuations ahead of assaults. Get people out before fire teams arrive. What about you? She asked. I'll handle teams that slip through, maintain protection where evacuation fails. But knowing where they'll hit means not spreading myself across entire sector guessing. The tactical situation shifted from impossible to merely desperate. For the next 3 hours, Giorno and Hallex worked in coordination that shouldn't exist. Inquisition defector and reality manipulator, protecting civilians from systematic purge. Hallex called out assault timings. Giorno severed attacks that reached targets. Marla evacuated populations ahead of fire teams. Casualties dropped from dozens per assault to single digits. Then to 0 for stretches when coordination worked perfectly. Virene watched from orbit with growing fury. How is he predicting deployments? She demanded. How does he know where teams will strike before we deploy them? Cross reviewed data. Stopped. His augmetic components made distressed noises. Interrogator Halex's Valkyrie is missing. Departed without authorization 30 minutes before purge protocol resumed. Current location. He paused. Transponder signal places him in SUMP 219 with the target. understanding crashed over Vareen like tidal wave. He defected. The statement emerged flat, shocked. Interrogator under my command defected to protect hostile entity. Appears so. Vareen stood motionless for 10 seconds, processing betrayal, assessing implications, calculating responses, then activated her Vox channel. All fire teams abort current deployment. Consolidate forces. New priority target Interrogator Helix Row. Eliminate on sight. Secondary objective, maintain civilian pressure. Use populations as shields. Force target to choose between protecting civilians and protecting traitor. The order went out. Below Helix's Vox unit crackled with the command. With his own death sentence. He looked at Giorno. They know. I know. They'll come for me. Use civilians to force your choice between me and them. Then I'll protect both. You can't. That's the point. They'll make you choose. Giorno met his gaze with that same impossible calm that had carried him through every confrontation. I don't accept their framework, he stated. Don't acknowledge that choosing becomes necessary. We'll protect you. We'll protect civilians. We'll maintain both because results where either dies aren't acceptable. That's not how. I know how it's supposed to work. Know what limits should exist. Know what's possible versus impossible. Giorno's expression held certainty that defied tactical reality. Don't care. We'll do it anyway. Fire teams converged. Modified purge became focused hunt. Civilians transformed from bait into shields. And Giorno prepared to demonstrate what happened when someone rejected the fundamental premise that hard choices required choosing it all. The battle wasn't over. But the lines had shifted. And for first time since arriving, Giorno had ally who understood what he fought against. The purge lasted 18 hours before Vareen called withdrawal. Not because she'd achieved objectives, because continuing achieved nothing but wasting resources on targets that refused to die correctly. Giorno stood in the wreckage of Sump 219, watching fire teams retreat through smoke and structural debris. His coat was scorched. His hair still that impossible brightness, despite soot and ash caught the emergency lighting. Around him, survivors emerged from shelters from collapsed HAB units from hiding places where they'd waited for death that hadn't arrived. Most were alive. Not all. Never all. The dead numbered 47 across 18 hours of sustained assault. 47 failures where his protection arrived seconds too late, where coverage thinned at critical moments, where exhaustion created gaps that violence exploited. 47 people whose deaths he'd carry forward. But 10,000 others had survived. 10,000 who should have been casualties in Purge designed for total elimination. 10,000 who lived because someone had decided their deaths were results that wouldn't happen. The mathematics were brutal. 47 versus 10,000 was victory by any tactical measure. But Giorno had learned in Naples that victories measured in acceptable losses never felt like winning. Marla found him standing among the debris. Her medical coat was beyond saving more bloodstain than fabric. Her hands shook from exhaustion and stimulants that had kept her functioning past human limits. But she was alive. Her clinic patients were alive. The children from the ritual chamber were alive too. Inquisition's pulling back to orbit, she reported. Helix says Vareen's filing reports. Threat assessment revision, requesting higher authority review. Which means she's admitting local resources can't contain you, escalating to people who can authorize orbital bombardment without hesitation. Marla sat on a twisted piece of machinery that might have been structural support or sculpture, hard to tell in the underhive. We bought time, not safety. Giorno nodded. He'd known victory here was temporary. The Imperium didn't accept defeat, just adjusted tactics until overwhelming force became available. Kell approached from his scout position. The boy moved slower than usual, limp, suggesting injury poorly treated. North sector's stable. South's rebuilding. West needs structural reinforcement but livable. East, he paused. East took the worst damage, collapsed completely. Maybe 30 people trapped in rubble. Can we reach them? Working on it. But digging through wreckage without proper equipment. Kell trailed off. They all understood what that meant. People trapped in collapsed structures usually died from crush injuries or suffocation before rescue arrived. Usually. Giorno started toward the east sector, felt GER's presence constant and ready, knew he could extend protection to those trapped survivors, could sever the causality chains leading to their deaths from injury or oxygen deprivation, could maintain that severance until rescue teams extracted them. Could do the impossible because impossible was just result he refused to accept. "You're exhausted," Marla called after him. "You've been maintaining sector-wide protection for 18 hours. You need rest or I'll rest when they're safe." He walked through rubble that should have been graveyard. Through destruction that would have been massacre if reality hadn't bent to accommodate one person's refusal to accept outcomes he found unacceptable. The East Sector's collapse was total. HAB units pancaked into compressed layers of metal and flesh. The kind of structural failure that killed everyone inside instantly, except GER, had prevented that instant, had maintained protective field, even through catastrophic collapse, had kept trapped people alive in spaces that shouldn't support life. Giorno knelt at the rubble's edge, placed his hand on twisted metal, felt through GER's awareness, the people underneath 32 signatures, not 30. All alive, all waiting. "I need excavation teams," he called back. "And medical supplies. They're alive but won't stay that way without support." Over the next 6 hours, rescue teams composed of survivors who decided helping was better than hiding. Extracted all 32, some injured, some traumatized, none dead. The mathematics shifted 47 losses versus 10,032 survivors. Still brutal, still inadequate. Still the best possible outcome in situation designed for total annihilation. Halix watched the rescue operations from auxiliary transport he'd claimed as temporary quarters. His inquisitorial credentials were revoked now. Virene had transmitted official expulsion orders across encrypted channels. Traitor. Heretic sympathizer. Subject to execution on sight. He'd traded 15 years of service for 18 hours of helping someone the Imperium classified as existential threat. Worth it. He'd seen Giorno work throughout the purge, seen him maintain impossible defense while coordinating evacuations, while protecting defector, while preventing warp corruption, while conducting rescue operations. Seen him do everything the Imperium claimed impossible for individuals not blessed by the Emperor's direct intervention. And Giorno wasn't blessed, wasn't chosen by any divine authority, was just person who decided caring mattered more than accepting cruelty as necessity. That decision had saved thousands. "You're thinking too loud," Giorno commented, climbing into the transport. He looked worse than Halix had ever seen him, pale, drawn movements, suggesting every muscle hurt. "Your thoughts practically echo. Thinking about what I sacrificed versus what I gained." Halix gestured at the sector outside. "Traded career, and probably life for helping save people my institution wanted dead. The math doesn't balance according to Imperial doctrine. Does it balance according to you? Halix considered. Yes. Then the math works. They sat in silence for a moment. Two people who shouldn't be allies. Inquisitorial interrogator and unclassifiable entity sharing exhaustion and something approaching friendship. What happens now? Halix asked finally. Varine's escalating. High Inquisitor Covenant will review the case. He's not known for mercy or hesitation. If he authorizes exterminatus, then millions die because I wouldn't leave when ordered. Giorno's voice carried weight of consequence. My presence condemns this hive. My refusal to submit justifies their most extreme measures. So you're leaving? No. Why not if staying means orbital bombardment? Leaving means accepting their framework. Accepting that power justifies cruelty. That systems matter more than people. Giorno met his gaze. I didn't accept that in my world. Won't accept it here. We'll stay. We'll protect. We'll maintain boundaries even if maintaining them costs everything. That's not pragmatic. I know. Giorno's slight smile held exhaustion and determination in equal measure. But pragmatism that requires abandoning principles isn't pragmatic. It's just cowardice wearing different name. Marla's voice crackled through the transport's Vox system. We have a problem. Confessor Vol is back, with reinforcements. Ecclesiarchy contingent demanding access to the sector. Giorno stood, winced, stood anyway. I'll handle it. You can barely walk. I can stand. That's sufficient. He climbed out of the transport, walked toward where Vol waited with 6 armed vergers and expressions promising violence. The confessor watched his approach with complex expression, disgust, respect, fury, something that might have been fear. You survived, Vol observed. Yes. Inquisition purge. 18 hours of concentrated assault. Survived with minimal casualties, despite overwhelming force deployed against you. Yes. Do you understand what that means? Vol's hand rested on his bolt pistol. What message that sends to underhive masses who witnessed it? That resistance is possible. That authority can be defied. That the Imperium's power isn't absolute. Giorno spoke without inflection, just stating facts. I know what it means. Then you know I can't allow that message to spread. You'll try to kill me. Your weapon won't work. We'll repeat the same futile confrontation we had weeks ago. Giorno's exhaustion bled through now. Can we skip that part? I'm tired, Confessor. Don't have energy for theater. Vol stared at him, then surprisingly laughed. Harsh sound that held no humor. You're tired. After stopping purge single-handedly, you're tired. He shook his head. The arrogance. The impossible, infuriating arrogance of standing here, covered in soot and ash, barely upright, and still certain I can't touch you. It's not arrogance. It's knowledge. Giorno's tone remained level. Your weapon doesn't work on me. Your authority doesn't compel me. Your threats don't frighten me. Those aren't boasts. They're facts. Facts that undermine every principle the Imperium stands on. Then maybe those principles need examination. Vol's hand tightened on his bolt pistol. For a moment, Halix thought the confessor would try anyway, would pull the trigger knowing it accomplished nothing but proving point about institutional reflex. Instead, Vol holstered the weapon. I'm filing report with the Synod, he stated, recommending sector quarantine, no supplies in or out, no contact with upper levels. Complete isolation until you either leave or die from causes beyond my ability to inflict. That punishes civilians for my presence? Yes. Val's expression was carved from stone. And when they suffer, when food runs out, when water fails, when children die from preventable disease, they'll blame you. Not the Imperium, you, the stranger who brought judgment down on them. The tactic was elegant in its cruelty. Turn Giorno's protection into burden. Make his presence source of suffering. Force him to choose between staying and watching people starve or leaving and admitting defeat. They might blame me, Giorno acknowledged. Might hate me for consequences my presence creates. Might beg me to leave so supplies resume. And will you? No. Even knowing your stubbornness kills them slowly. I'll find other ways to get supplies. Other routes, other methods. Giorno's certainty never wavered. We'll adapt. We'll survive. We'll maintain protection regardless of pressure applied. There is no other ways in the Underhive. The Imperium controls all distribution, all access, all resources. Val's tone carried finality. You can't protect people from starvation through willpower alone. Watch me. The statement wasn't challenge, wasn't bravado. Just certainty delivered with exhaustion that made it somehow more credible. Val studied him for a long moment, then turned to leave. This isn't over, the confessor said. I know. The Imperium has survived 10,000 years through systematic elimination of variables like you. Through grinding down resistance until even the stubborn accept inevitability. I know that too. And you'll stay anyway. Yes. Val walked away, his vergers following. Left Giorno standing in the ruins of sector that should have been crematorium, but had become something else instead. Marla emerged from the clinic. Kel from his scout position. Halix from the transport. The survivors who'd worked rescue operations. All gathering around the stranger who decided their deaths were unacceptable results. They're going to starve us, someone stated. Cut off supplies, make us choose between him and survival. We find other ways, Marla replied. Smuggling routes, scavenging, recycling systems we've ignored because legal alternatives existed. That's just delaying death. So is living. Kel's voice cut through the despair. We were dying slowly before he arrived. Dying from exploitation, from stim addiction, from being treated as expendable resources. At least now we're dying on our terms. That's not comfort. No, the boy agreed. But it's something. Giorno listened to them debate survival strategies, listened to people who'd spent lifetimes accepting imposed limits, now discussing how to exceed those limits. Listened to hope sound like practical planning instead of impossible fantasy. Can I ask you something? Marla addressed Giorno directly. You could leave. Could walk away from this whole situation. Find some other sector, some other world where Imperium hasn't classified you as threat. Why stay here? Why keep fighting for people who might not want your help? Giorno was quiet for a moment, thinking about Naples, about Passione's reformation, about every choice that had led from street-level gang member to dawn of organization that at least tried to be better than what it was. Because someone has to show that systems can be resisted, he answered finally. That cruelty isn't inevitable. That people deserve protection not because they're useful or grateful or righteous, but because they exist. He looked around at the gathered survivors. You asked earlier if I won. I didn't. But I established something. What? Boundaries. lines that won't be crossed, limits to how far authority extends before someone says no. His gaze swept the ruined sector, the people still alive, despite everything. The Imperium operates on belief that resistance is futile, that compliance is only option. I'm proving that wrong. One sector at a time, if necessary. That's insane, someone muttered. Yes, Giorno agreed. Probably. But sanity that accepts systematic cruelty isn't sanity I value. Marla laughed, exhausted, slightly hysterical sound. You're going to die here. We're all going to die here. Slowly starving while you maintain protection against violence but can't prevent entropy. Maybe. Or maybe we'll find ways to survive that don't require Imperium's permission. Giorno's expression softened slightly. I've built impossible things before. This is just another impossible thing. Kel stepped forward, looked up at Giorno with those two old eyes that had seen too much but still held capacity for belief. You really think we can do this, survive without them? Build something that doesn't require cruelty to function? Giorno placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Gentle, certain. I think we have to try. And trying, even when success seems impossible, is how impossible becomes possible. The crowd dispersed slowly, returning to reconstruction, to recovery, to the grinding work of survival in conditions that should have killed them, but hadn't. Giorno remained standing in the wreckage, feeling GER's presence constant and ready, feeling exhaustion deeper than physical, feeling the weight of 47 deaths and 10,032 lives saved, and the knowledge that tomorrow would bring new challenges. Feeling, despite everything like this, was right. High above in orbit, Inquisitor Vereen reviewed her reports, prepared summaries for High Inquisitor Covenant, compiled evidence of entity that defied classification, that survived purge, that represented threat, not through malice, but through existence. Knew the response would be overwhelming. Knew Covenant-authorized solutions that made her tactics look gentle. Knew that somewhere in the twisted logic of Imperial doctrine, saving 10,000 people while defying authority was worse than killing them while obeying orders. But she filed the reports anyway, because that's what duty required. Down in Sump 219, Giorno looked at the boundary he'd established, the line drawn between acceptable and unacceptable. The statement written in survival rates and prevented deaths. From today, he said to no one and everyone, they'll remember there are limits. It wasn't victory. Victory would mean systemic change, institutional reform, a galaxy where protection didn't require defying every authority that claimed to provide it. But it was something. A boundary. A line. A small space where cruelty met resistance and found it immovable. In the grim darkness of the far future, where there was only war, one person had carved out space where there was also choice. It wouldn't last forever. Probably wouldn't last long at all. But while it lasted, it mattered. And mattering in the end was enough. The stranger's presence in Sump 219 sent ripples through the Imperium's vast machinery. Inquisitorial reports classified him as Hereticus Maximus, not for corruption, but for demonstrating that defiance could succeed without damnation. Across 3 hive sectors, whispered stories spread the golden man who stopped a purge, who protected the worthless, who refused to accept that cruelty was necessary. The Adeptus Mechanicus cataloged him as Unknown Mechanism 773, a biological impossibility that manipulated causality without warp corruption. Magos Threx Nine's obsessive reports detailed capabilities that violated every understood principle of physics and theology. But the deepest impact wasn't recorded in official documents. It lived in the survivors who'd seen someone care without asking permission, who'd watched authority meet immovable resistance, who learned that systems claiming inevitability could be resisted by individuals willing to pay the cost. In the grim darkness, where there was only war, one person had carved a boundary. Small, temporary, defiant. And boundaries once established were remembered long after those who drew them fell.
If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And be sure to turn on notification so you won't miss our future videos. Thank you for watching and we will see you next time.